wanda za mu gabatar da shi a daidai wannan lokaci, wanda ake kiransa Lado Ladan Alheri. Wani Lado, wani Lado, wani Lado.
President Muhammadu Buhari has since arrived Kano, and he is presently at the palace of the Emir of Kano, Malam Muhammadu Sanusi II, to pay homage. And since for more than an hour, he's been expected here, but it seems the congestion on the various ways leading to the palace and here, the Sani Abacha Stadium, have been taken over by spectators who turn out to catch a glimpse of the president. But any moment from now, the president will be at the stadium for the takeoff of the campaign activities.
Na ake gudanar da taro domin tabbatar da zuwan shugaban kasa. You are highly welcome, the campaign director of Mr. President, Mr. Rotimi Amechi, who humbly was here this evening with us, with the Kano State people. As promised, you are going to receive the vote, 5 million votes for Buhari and Osibanjo by the grace of Allah. So you are welcome, Your Excellency. Kamar yadda muke faɗa, taro fa yayi taro, mai girma injiniya. Kuma na tabbatar maka, insha Allah ta'ala, lokaci yayi da Mr. President zai shiga wannan waje. Da haka zan mika wannan abun magana da mai girma injiniya.
Samani ko adana sa APC Kano magan duje muke birni da kauye shi kare mutunci wannan bai nufin mutunci a halarci samani ko adana sa APC Kano magan duje muke birni da kauye shi kare mutunci wannan bai nufin mutunci bismillahirrahim azizu ga faru gwani sarauta lam yalid wa lam yulad ahadun da ya bai da mata mai kuma ya kuna Allah wanda ya kage da kan halitta mai turawa da saukewa shi take bi bukata Allah shi ne bi kan duje kan sai halijeta shi sai nufa ya ga abin da makota na ce ji a halicci zaman ba da nasa APC kamar abin da muke birni da kauye shi kage mutunci wannan bayan mutunci dukan waka da zan yi sai na fi da mafi karamci Muhammad Al-Amin mai sansana ke mai wa mutunci dukan mai kwaikwayo na saunan ya more halarci sai Allah da da masanin kasalati ya amince ahli har masa abu sharifi da darajar su munci shehu ne auliya abu waliye masu yawan mutunci ji a halarci zaman ba da nasa APC kamar abin da muke birni da kauye shi kare mutunci wannan bayan mutunci ila bi gurin shi mai shari ya san ka gare shi ya san nauyi a kan shi idan ya zauna ta ya tashi in ya ga matanadin sai a Allah mu ga wanda za shi hasada da suke yi wa gando ya da zanta ki gare shi Allah ka iya wa gando da suka gara to gare shi karfin gwiwa gaba shi ya tsallake tattara kuma cuci ji a halarci zaman ba da nasa APC kamar abin da muke birni da kauye shi kare mutunci wannan bayan mutunci zan guji halarci fara tafiya da kan shige ta tafiya ce ta gishin Kano kuma tare da al'ummarta jagora baba gandojin ne mun shi maza da mata dukkan ka ta kabbalan da babban har ma kauye kanta gaskiya da ya ce muna kan tawaye tsaya na mubita shi da kare mutunci wannan bayan nufin mutunci ji a halarci zaman ba da nasa APC kamar abin da muke birni da kauye shi kare mutunci
Ibrahim Yala ya zo ya waka mana abin da ya samu. Yawa. Yanzu za mu kira Ibrahim Yala domin ya zo ya mana yan baituka guda biyu ko uku.
Yau Najeriya.
Yau Najeriya.
Yau Najeriya rubo sai mai gaskiya. Baba Buhari Allah ya maimaita. Yau Najeriya.
Yau Najeriya.
Yau Najeriya rubo sai mai gaskiya. Baba Buhari Allah ya maimaita mana.
Yau Najeriya rubo sai mai gaskiya. Baba Buhari Allah ya maimaita mana.
Yau Najeriya rubo sai mai gaskiya. Baba Buhari Allah ya maimaita mana. Yau Najeriya rubo sai mai gaskiya. Baba Buhari lost to Nigeria. Yau Najeriya rubo sai mai gaskiya. Next level shi ne mutuncin Najeriya.
Yau Najeriya rubo sai mai gaskiya. Baba Buhari Allah ya maimaita mana.
Allah wanda ya halittar duka duniya. Kuma mun yi kuma daga gaba daya. Next level mai ke magana Allah daya. Baba Buhari ya tallafa Najeriya.
Yau Najeriya rubo sai mai gaskiya. Baba Buhari Allah ya maimaita mana.
Allah ke salati gun shugaba. Mai ce tabbatar da ko ake fargaba. Na ran kiyama ka samu sabuwa. Mun so da amina mai gaskiya.
Yau Najeriya rubo sai mai gaskiya. Baba Buhari Allah ya maimaita mana.
Kasar nan kuma wanda wansa yau banga kamar sa sai ce mai da baya yau ga shi sabon Baba Buhari ne da kai na wajen duniya. Ya Allah wanda ba kamar sa ya sarki da ya zarce kowa. Kai ikon can a baya ya Allah ka kara da dawa. Har yau ba mu canza layi ba, Buhari ya alkhairi ne.
While here at the Sani Abacha Stadium, President Muhammadu Buhari, in addition to reminding Nigerians about the efforts being made by his administration to improve the lots of Nigerians, he is also expected to introduce or present party flags to the gubernatorial candidate of the APC, that is the incumbent governor, Dr. Abdullah Umar Ganduje, as well as 3 contestants for senatorial positions. They include the former governor of the state, Malam Ibrahim Shekarau, who is flying the party's flag in the Kano Central, and Senator Kabiru Gaya for Kano South, and Barrow Jibril for Kano North. He is also expected to introduce to the people of Kano State other contestants for the House of Assembly, Kano State House of Assembly, which has 40 members, and members of the House of Representatives, that is the 24 of them. All in all, Kano State has 69 seats to contest or to fill during the upcoming elections, that is the Presidential and National Assembly, as well as governorship and state House of Assembly elections coming up in the next few weeks. Since morning, many party supporters, including Kennywood actors, including the famous comedian Baba Ari, who is still on the stage, and other party singers, Dauda Rarara, have also performed where they sang songs of praises to the president. Baba Ari is a popular comedian in the Kennywood Hausa film industry, and Kano is the home of Kennywood. More than 70% of Kennywood activities are taking place here in Kano. There were also others like, as I said earlier, Ali Nuhu, Zainab Booth, Lawal Ahmed, and a host of other stars of the Kennywood who spoke and assured of their unflinching support to the president, and assured that they will continue to use their business in the promotion of the president's change agenda, and will also continue to converse support for him so that he will win the upcoming elections with landslide victory. We are still waiting at the Sani Abacha Stadium, and the president is still being awaited from the palace, which is not more than 3 kilometers away from here. He's there to pay homage to the Emir of Kano, Malam Muhammadu Sanusi II. Indeed, the place speaks for itself. Both the stands and the arena of the Sani Abacha Stadium are filled to capacity, and I can see hundreds of people outside there as they could not get access into the venue. They are all here to see the president, to witness his arrival, to listen to his speech, and of course assure him also to cheer him and tell him they are still with him and they will vote for him. All members of Kano State House of Assembly have taken seats at the VIP stand, as well as many other members of the Presidential Campaign Council. Already, the Director General, Rotimi Amechi, who is the Minister of Transport, is here alongside other members of the Campaign Council. We are told that most of the roads linking the stadium, linking various parts of the city to this stadium are congested, and even the neighboring Kantunkori market was said to be blocked by supporters of the president.
wuce in kwanta don ba a barci na zo ba ka wuce in tashi ba ku ganni da baka ba kai ba ka ku kai ni inda ba zan yi in fito ba gangar kiɗan ta mata ce ba maza ba Allahu ya nufa yau magani na zo Sama! Wani ba! Hey! Na saba ina je gida muke ce ‘yan mata aje sama, ce mata aje sama, ce mata aje ƙasa. Ka take gona, hey! Ka take gona, can ku abu a shana. Allah ka take gona. Ya hau daji bana ya wuce gona. Allah ka take gona. Kanawa sun canza a mashi suna. Allah ka take gona. Sanatoci to sai ku yi masa gwalo. Sama, sama, sama. A cikin ku ashe shi yanzu ba dolo. Haba. A domin ko ya fara hakilo. Wani tsula zai yi mata makatantar. A gaba ya ga tsuntsu baya ga tarko. A baya ga mangwaro baya ga wake. Gonan masara kuma mun haka taru. Yawwa. Manan bacin su biyu da gwari.
You're still watching live APC presidential campaign rally here in Kano. And we are here at the Sani Abacha Stadium, venue of the event. And the president, Muhammadu Buhari, is being awaited by spectators, party supporters, and leaders in Kano and other neighboring states. They are all here waiting for the president to come and tell the gathering what he has in stock for them when, if re-elected. And he's also expected to present party flags to governorship and senatorial candidates of the APC, as well as endorse the candidature of all contestants for the national and state houses of assembly from the state. We told you that Kano, being the most populous and with the highest number of local governments in the country, that is 40 for local government, has 40 state assembly seats and 24 at the House of Representatives. So all in all, it has 69 contestants, including the governor and his deputy. With this, the party wants to maintain its lead in the state, as already it won all the 44 local government chairmanship seats, as well as 484 councillorship positions during the last year's local council elections. The campaign rally has already started, and Governor Abdullah Umar Ganduje has been going around local government areas across the state, and so far he has visited more than 20 local government areas, campaigning for President Muhammadu Buhari himself and other contestants on the platform of the party. So this is seen as we cannot say grand finale, but the grand event in the APC campaign for the 2019 general elections. Already the president is in town, and any moment from now will be at the venue. One important issue speakers stress is the achievements of President Buhari in improving or revamping the agricultural sector. And Kano State, apart from being a leading commercial hub in sub-Saharan Africa, is also endowed with vast and rich agricultural land. It has also about 15 dams across the 44 local government areas of the state that are linked up with not less than 15,000 hectares of irrigable land that have been cultivated all year round. The farmers in Kano State have benefited immensely from the Anko Boros program and other interventions of the federal government under the leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari. Not only that, thousands or millions of people are fully engaged in agricultural production, processing and marketing. There is also significant improvement in the yield per hectare, which was previously low due to lack of improved seed varieties and other inputs, as well as extension services. But with the support in terms of fertilizer, water pumps, improved seeds and other inputs, farmers say, as confirmed by one of them in the morning before we came up live, that it has changed their lives for the better, and many of them have abandoned their businesses. Most of them were previously in major markets such as Kantunkwari and Konarsinga commodity market, and now they are gradually becoming big-time farmers. So this, they say, is more than any capital project they can have from the federal government, though the president is ensuring the continuation and execution of major capital projects in Kano State. This is in addition to the planned laying of gas pipeline from Ajakuta to Kano, which is expected to generate, to improve power supply with more than 500 megawatts, which when realized will end electricity shortage. In fact, it will end any power outage in Kano State and will lead to revival of ailing or collapsed industries, and even the establishment of new ones. So with that, Kano will take back its position of leading industrial hub, though it is, but it will take back its lost glory, where hundreds of industries were operating in 4 major industrial areas of Sharada, Bompai, Chalawa and Tokarawa. There is also the abandoned project, which is the Kano Export Processing Zone, which is situated behind the Malam Amini Kano International Airport. It is at less than 50% completion stage, and recently there was a delegation from the Federal Ministry of Trade and Industry and the National Assembly to assess the situation of that facility so that work will continue on the site so that it can be completed, and so that people of Kano will benefit from its services, which also will greatly help in improving the economy of the country. So these and many other achievements recorded by the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari will take center stage in the speeches to be delivered by Governor Abdullah Umar Ganduje, Comrade Adams Oshomale, who is the national chairman of the APC, Rotimi Amechi, the Director General of the Buhari Oshimbajo Campaign Organization, and also the APC national leader, Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Already some governors and members of the Presidential Campaign Council have arrived at the venue here at the Sani Abacha Stadium, waiting for the arrival of Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Many other sectors are also expected to enjoy turnaround, especially the aviation industry. Many Nigerians, I'm sure, know about the recent inauguration of brand new international terminal at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport and the Port Harcourt International Airport. So similar project is nearing completion at the Malam Amini Kano International Airport here in Kano. That airport has suffered neglect over the years, as stated by Commissioner of Science and Technology, Kano State, that is Yahya Balakarai, being the first international airport in West Africa, established in the 1930s. He said the present status, or the status at which the present administration inherited it is worrisome, but that there is light in the tunnel, being that more projects are taking place at the airport, especially that international wing, which will have world-class aviation facilities that will attract leading airlines, especially five-star air carriers that could not fly Kano routes due to lack of such facilities, despite the fact that Kano has lots of passengers that have to travel to Abuja or Lagos to board such first-class airlines to various parts of the world. So this also is expected to boost traffic and commercial activities at the airport, being also a major tool of improving nation's economy through job creation. That airport has one of the biggest cargo sheds, as many cargo airlines operate cargo flights to Kano, but the facilities there are obsolete. But now with the ongoing transformation and remodeling of such facility, activities are expected to improve there at the airport. Another important part of the transportation sector is the railway. There is an approval recently of funds for the takeoff of Kano-Kaduna standard gauge rail line, which will connect the one leading to Abuja. So it will link Kano to Abuja. That also is designed to reduce traffic, road crashes and inconveniences by commuters. This will go hand in hand with the ongoing Lagos-Kano standard gauge rail line, which has reached advanced stage as it started from the Lagos end and has reached Ibadan. So these are some of the projects which speakers highlighted here since morning, because we had so many speakers apart from the entertainers who are keeping people here busy. They were telling Nigerians having these projects and initiatives by the President Buhari's government in just 3.5 years are reasons that his administration be given another chance, with hope that more good tidings will come their way in the next 4 years. Still, there are artists from the Kennywood House of Film industry. I can see Rabiu Daushe on the stage, and Ado Gwanja. People are still waiting patiently for the arrival of President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Muhammadu Buhari, who is already in Kano. But the roads are indeed heavily congested with vehicles and people who are trekking to this venue to see him, and many others who line up along the streets to see the president. And already he himself used to call Kano his political home state, or the base of his political career. And since the time he joined politics in 2003, Kano has given the president votes more than any other state of the federation. He got about 1.9 million votes during the 2015 general elections, and the governor, Dr. Abdullah Umar Ganduje, is assuring that with having satisfied with the leadership style of the president, the peaceful coexistence, the security improvement, Kano will give the president at least 5 million votes on February 16. Another issue that other speakers are using as reasons APC will win Kano are mega projects such as the 2.5 kilometer Murtala Motorway flyover constructed by Kano State Government. It is the longest dry bridge in Nigeria. It was inherited at 15% stage, but completed by Governor Abdullah Umar Ganduje at the cost of more than 10 billion naira. There are other mega projects such as the Kofarua underpass, which is also about 2 kilometers, and the one inaugurated by the president in December 2017.
Ba sa son su rinka cin mutuncin mutane, suna son mutane su ba su haɗin kai, suna son mutane su ba da goyon baya, da Allah don annabi a ɗan ja da baya, wannan zai sa a zauna lafiya da su, domin kamar yadda muka zo ƙauna da soyayya ta kawo mu, su kuma abin da ya kawo su shine aikin tsaro na lafiyarku da rayuwarku
da kuma tsaron lafiyar mai girma shugaban ƙasa da dukkan shugabannin da suka zo wannan waje. Saboda haka so muke yi mu rabu in peace, kamar yadda Malam Bature yake cewa we want to live in peace not in pieces. Sai da haka muna son mu rabu lafiya, ciki lafiya, baka lafiya insha Allahu rabbi. Wannan kuma magana da nake yi, Malam Bahaushe yana cewa idan kunne ya ji, me Bahaushe ce idan kunne ya ji, to da Allah da Annabi kunnen ya ji domin jiki ya tsira. Mun gode kwarai da gaske. Da Allah da Annabi a ba jami'an tsaro haɗin kai, kun ga suna aikinsu cikin mutunci, kuma suna rarrashin ku, suna ba ku haƙuri, to da Allah ku ba abin da suke cewa. Wannan zai ba mu jin daɗi, wannan zai ba mu farin ciki, wannan zai sa a yi taron nan lafiya, a kuma tashi lafiya. Na gode kwarai da gaske. Ina ɗan Hizba, wa kake da shi ne wanda za ka sa ya ƙara cewa da mutane wani abu. Bismillah.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, would like to apologize for the break we heard due to power outage. And we believe that out of sheer love, commitment, and appreciation of the fact that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, is already on the ground, information at hand, every moment from now, we shall be receiving him live within the heart of Sani Abacha Stadium, which is the main arena for this very special day in his honor and indeed the good people of Kano. We appreciate you. We want to once again say thank you for your patience. Thank you for your endurance. Thank you for always the love you have been showing for the President and indeed Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje and his administration that sounds so well that you people do appreciate it. Despite your tight commitments from the nook and crannies of Kano, you decided to be part of this history in the making. Thank you, and thank you. We really appreciate you. Please bear with us, because any moment from now, President Muhammadu Buhari will be right in here with all the national officers of our great party, APC. And as soon as they arrive, we shall take this occasion to restart. But do remember, already on seats, leading the delegations is the Director General Buhari Organization Campaign Organization, His Excellency Rotimi Amechi, who has already been here looking at us, listening to all the good things that have been coming from the heart of the good people of Kano, to say, yes, Kano, you have fulfilled your promise of identifying with us in trying to champion the cause of democracy in Kano, Nigeria. Director Asaraja, we want to once again assure you, as we have already explained to you, the good people of Kano, as you can rightly see, right from the day you arrive at the airport up to this very arena, good people of Kano, they are all out en masse showing you that this place has become a gog to show love for the President, to show love for APC to triumph, God willing, the year 2019. Kano! Kano! Nigeria! Nigeria! Thank you.
Kamar yadda Muhammad Musa Inya ya faɗa abubuwan da na faɗa da Hausa ya faɗa da Turanci. To akwai abubuwan kuma da ya faɗa da Turanci wannan ya kamata ko mutane su ji me yace da Hausa. Abin da ya faɗa wannan ban faɗe shi ba, yace tun da farko akwai jagora na yakin neman zaben shugaban ƙasa mai girma tsohon gwamna Chief Rotimi Amechi shine Director General, yana wannan waje yana kallo irin soyayya da al'ummar jihar Kano suke nunawa.
Sanata ne na Kano ta tsakiya mun tarisha Malam Ibrahim Shekarau shi ya shigo. Sardauna ka ci sanata, Sardauna ka ci zaɓe da kai da Ganduje da shugaban ƙasa haurufan manya. Yawwa Sardaunan Kano muna godiya. You are welcome.
Saraki sai Allah.
dauda adamu abdullahi kamutu rarara dauke da wakar sardaunar kan sha saurari lafiya saraki sai Allah kainuwa da shan Allah rabbana ya rika sardaunan kano muna ta yi murna saraki sai Allah kainuwa da shan Allah rabbana ya rika sardaunan kano muna ta yi murna gaskiya saraki sai Allah kainuwa da shan Allah rabbana ya rika sardaunan kano muna ta yi murna
APC al'ummar jihar Kano musamman al'ummar Kano ta tsakiya suna yi wa mai girma tsohon gwamnan jihar Kano Malam Ibrahim Shekarau sanatan gobe insha Allah rabbi barka da isowa wannan waje. Your Excellency, you are highly welcome. Jama'a kamar yadda Muhammad Musa Inya yake faɗa ɗazu shine cewa mai girma Darakta Janar Laƙin neman zaɓe na Janar Muhammadu Buhari yana wannan waje. Kuma kamar yadda kuke gani mutane sun haɗu an yi da fifi wannan ɗakin taro wato filin ƙwallo na Sani Abacha ya zama babu masaka tsinke. Kuma labarin da nake samu mutanen da suke tare da mai girma shugaban ƙasa sun ninka sun kuma ninkawa sun ƙara ninkawa sun sake ninkawa ya fi sau goma mutanen da suke cikin wannan gida. Saboda haka Allah muna godiya gare ka, wannan yana nuna cewa kamar yadda Musa Ilyas ya ce Sardauna Malam Ibrahim Shekarau ka ci zaɓe in Allah ya yarda. Sanata Kabiru Gaya ya ci zaɓe insha Allah rabbi. Sanata Barau Jibrin Maliya ya ci zaɓe insha Allah rabbi. Uwa uba mai girma shugaban ƙasa ina ƙara tunatar da mu ranar 16 da watan gobe watan Fabrairu shine watan da za a yi zaɓe, kuma wannan rana muke sa rai za mu zaɓi shugaban ƙasa Muhammadu Buhari, Buharin Najeriya ya sake shugabantar Najeriya Allah ya yarda. Jama'a haka ne? Kun yarda? Kun amince? Kun yarda za ku zaɓi Buhari? A mai ji bai ji ba za ku zaɓe shi? Kun yarda za ku ba shi amanar Najeriya? Kun yarda za ku ba amanar Najeriya? kamar yadda Alinuhu ya faɗa da su mu wasa ƙuri'anmu ranar 16 ga wata mu fitar da mai girma gwamna Dakta Malam Ashek Abdullahi Umar Ganduje kunya mu ba wa Janar Muhammadu Buhari kai ba ma ƙuri'a biyar ba ma ƙuri'a miliyan 5 ba saboda albarkacin sunan Muhammadu ba na sauraron da yin ba saboda albarkacin sunan Muhammadu mu ƙara mu ninka ta zama ƙuri'a miliyan 10 Allah ya yarda mun gode kwarai da gaske Allah ya saka ranku
Talakawa suna ta sai mawa idan ka duba ta yanzu malam Buhari ya yi sai inda jawo jawo na burkai kowa ya kama harka ta yi kowa ya yi birgiya ya gani kowa harka ta binciken nan za ta kwaikwaye marawu mashigar kuɗi ta kwasto Muhammadu Ali Malalam sannan mashigar kuɗi a gyara ta sarkin Buhari gyarawa ya shiri da masu fata talakawa na ta kara kolewa idan ka auna farin nan yi nuna harkar mu'adanan da Buhari ce ya binciko wannan saka da bakata da kuɗi ku zo a daidaita cewa na Buhari bayan sanye ta kone shi kasar gada a sosai ta wani bai ta an da tilar zuwa ya tabbatar da wuce da hayo alƙiblar kasar mutawar idan ka duba ta Buhari ya yi sai tuta harkar lafiya ta birnin ta Buhari ya yi sai tattalin arzikin kasan nan Buhari ya tabo wannan harkar wuta ta nema sarki zai samu da a farin nan kuma harkar ruwa na famfuwa ruwa zai je ka hutu shi kenan zagawa sai mu kara amshi sha sai mu fara sai ruwa baba wuta ta nema noma da adanai da rima sai arziki da tattaba sai wani amshi gami da tabawa sai baba ya talakawa ya karje wanda bai yi sauke kai je ko muna tare da ba wadan ba zai murma ga Buhari bai sake kama ba gwani da kai nake fara batuna taimake na buwa mai illahu in wage gwani na kaga ta maka Allah wajen tsayawa a gwamina zan yi wakar janaral Buhari bai sake kama ba ga Buhari bai sake kama ba Ina Amina Muhammadu na waga dangajiyayi Ali har sabiyarsa abin zafiyayi Basa harshe ba udan mazan ne na faɗe ba ga Buhari bai sake kama ba Assalam na musallama mutanen mu da tuwa Kwana yi sulu shekara guda Gaba da gidan gandu ya kana cuta yau Sai kai takwas gandu so ko inda kika sibi ba Sai kai takwas gandu muna kallon shi Sai kai takwas gandu kwana ta yi zancen gwamna Sai kai takwas gandu saboda ya zauna.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Wai na matasan gwamna.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
A gida kare Adam.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Ga wakar sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Ga tallar zubiri ta rere.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Ake maganar gandoji.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Babu fara shiri ya dore.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Ɗalibar mu da ka'aba ka zance.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Rashin kamar yau gwanka.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Wannan da har karo matar. Sai ka yi ta kuta gandoji.
Inda gila su ne babu.
Yan bakin ciki ɗan bakin ciki sai ka yi karo ka gara.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Inda gila su ne babu.
Daga bakin ciki ɗan bakin ciki sai ka yi karo ka kare. Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji. Inda gila su ne babu. Daga bakin cikin ɗan bakin ciki sai ka yi karo ka kare.
Barka a hadin sadaki ki waje biyu mutanen Yola.
Sai ka yi tabbas gandoji.
Allah ka tsare bayanka ka hukunta.
APC Nigeria jihar Kano Kano ba to Allah ya ba mu sa ina son in yi maraba ga honorable Faruk Adamu Aliyu wanda yake shine mataimaki ko mai bawa shugaban jam'iyya na ƙasa shawara akan harkokin mulki da siyasa. Akwai 'yan majalisarmu wanda suke wannan waje na tarayya, akwai Dr. Abdullahi Mahmud Gaya shi ma yana wannan waje. Akwai babban coordinator na Buhari Support Organization Alhaji Mustapha Dan Kade shi ma yana wannan waje. Akwai Alhaji Usman Abubakar shugaban kungiyar Fulani shi ma yana wannan waje. Akwai mai girma sabon mataimaki na musamman da mai girma shugaban ƙasa a harkokin majalisa honorable Umar El Yakub wanda muka fi sani da kosashe shi ma yana wannan waje. Akwai wani abu da muke tunani lokacin da Kano ta rasa kujerar mai girma dan majalisar tarayya mai jiran gado honorable Abdurrahman Kawu Sumaila, sai muke ta tunanin cewa to ina kuma wannan kujera za ta fada. Ashe mutum da muna sa koshi a ƙasa muna roƙon Allah ya kawo mana ɗauki, sai Allah ya ce mu tare shi kujerar kai na bawa, sai ya ɗauko ta ya je hota ƙaramar hukumar birni da kewaye ya ba wa honorable Umar El Yakub tsohon dan majalisar tarayya. Muna godiya ga Allah, muna godiya ga shugaban ƙasa da ya mana wannan tagomashi, Allah ya saka da alkhairi. Akwai mai girma tsohon gwamnan jihar Zamfara Alhaji Aliyu Mahmudu Shinkafi, wato mai girma tsohon gwamnan jihar Zamfara Mahmudu Aliyu Shinkafi shi ma yana wannan waje a tare da mu. To jama'a, ga yadda nake ganin alama kamar mai girma shugaban ƙasa shi ne yake ƙoƙarin shigowa wannan waje. Baba oyoyo baba.
To have President Muhammadu Buhari in their midst this very bright and beautiful afternoon. Of course, it is a very busy day for the President and other leaders of the APC who just arrived Akure after campaigning in Ekiti State. The presidential campaign team at home here in Akure because of the love the people of Ondo State have for Mr. President and, of course, for the APC.
Okuife. We're going to start the program now. We're going to begin with our state APC chairman to formally welcome us. Engineer Ade Tubayoya Wakiwao. Nigeria! Ondo Woida! Aha!
APC! APC! Nigeria say Baba! Nigeria say Buhari! 4 plus 4. When I say 4 plus 4, you say 2023. 4 plus 4. Mr. President, the Commander-in-Chief, the Vice President, my amiable Governor, Baba Onurubayoka, Tongbe, Nipikele, Okuta, the performing Governor, other Governor here present, I salute the leader of our great party, Ashwaju, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our father in politics, the man that taught all of us politics, Baba Akande, Baba KK, the national chairman of our great party, Comrade Adam Oshomale, the man that does not take nonsense. I welcome you to Ondo State. On behalf of APC in Ondo State, it's in my heart to welcome all our national leaders to Ondo State, the Sunshine State, the performing state, where Governor Akeredolu is performing wonders. Please, can you clap for him? Please, can you clap for the performing governor? This state, 4 years ago, we rolled out 54% of our total vote. This time around, we promised to turn in 95%. Simply because there's no other party in Ondo State. This party is the only party in existence. Yesterday, we received 2 members of House of Representatives into our fold, and many other House of Assembly members, chairman of council into the party. At present, we have no rival. Welcoming all the leaders across the country to Ondo State. We promise you at the end of election come February 16, we are going to perform credibly well by turning 95% of our vote. We've been doing wonders since the campaign has been lifted. We started door-to-door campaign, one-on-one campaign, house-to-house campaign. The Vice President was here 2 weeks ago. He's a living witness. Even he was in my town. He came there. He's supposed to be there a day later. Later, he came in and he saw wonders. And I'm happy he's a living witness to what I'm saying. On behalf of our party, I welcome all our leaders to Ondo State. By the grace of God, you will see us in our true color come February 16. Ondo State is a no-nonsense state. We are progressive. We've been progressive since the days of Chief Adekule Ajashi, and the progressive is back in governance in this state. Thank you all. You are welcome.
Thank you very much. Say Buhari. Say Buhari. Baba. Oh, yo, yo. Thank you very much. We move on now, and we're going to call on our one and only DG. He says when he's in the south, don't call him Chipuke. Just say Rotimi Amechi. DG PCC.
Every day by day I just say everything I do we just penetrate. I just want to see I'm living like I get them just for my ghetto. Never forget where I come from, not from ghetto. I just want to say thank you. I can't do the fight for the one Nigeria, you must know. See, I come from this city, brother, you know.
All right. APC. 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 Nigeria. Nigeria. We don't have governorship election, but let me see what you say. Ondo. You don't have governorship election, don't know what to say. I get you in trouble. By the time I come to the you want to say, you want to see them now. Now, I have just one message for my brothers and sisters. You don't know what the position is of the new election. Two of us. I'm from River State. I can tell you what that man, that small governor of River State is doing to APC. You are fighting. Instead of uniting to go and fight PDP, you are fighting amongst yourselves. Better come together and win this election. If you lose the election, you will not come to Abuja to see us. Me, I will go put you if you say you're from Ondo State. If you tell me you're from Ondo, I will say go and see your governor. The only way you can enter my office is if you unite now and defeat PDP. I can tell you what River State APC is suffering. If they cough, they are locked up. If they greet somebody, they cut off their neck. Now you are enjoying and quarreling amongst yourselves. We must all unite as a team under our governor. And go and defeat PDP. PDP will not do anything for you. They will spend 4 years trying to recover the money they lost. 4 years. There will be no governance. You know, I was a PDP. I was a PDP 8 years as speaker, 8 years as governor, so I know PDP very well. They know that I know them. Every PDP member know that I know them very well. Now, if you think PDP will do anything, PDP designed a railway from here to Calabar, from Lagos to Calabar. They did not add Akure. Akure was not part of it. They designed a railway from Lagos to Kano. Akure was not part of it. My first year in office, the president directed me that I must include Akure as a state capital. You are clapping. It is not enough to clap. Go home, door to door. Governor pay the salary. Just put them 100,000 naira salary from the party. Door to door, bring out the votes. Everybody matters. Don't bother anybody. I'm a Catholic. In the Catholic Church, you can't take Holy Communion if you are quarreling with somebody. The moment you need that, the priest will ask you, are you quarreling with anybody? If you're quarreling with somebody, you better go to the man's house and settle before you come back to take your Holy Communion. The same manner, no enemy. When you win election, if you want to do anything, you can continue. But you must first have come close to me. And it is message. The second message is that railway we are bringing to Akure will create jobs. If it doesn't create jobs, it will create a minimum of 100,000 workers. I can tell you how it will start. We will clear the bush. We will hire estate surveyors. Estate surveyors will pay compensation. This is money that went in your pocket. The moment you don't vote for APC, the PDP will not even do the project. They will put the money in their pocket. It was in Bayelsa, Yenegua, that the former vice president, Atiku, said PDP, they share the money. I was there. He thought he was sharing something else. He did that. PDP, they share the baby. What did the baby for Yoruba? Oh, okay. So, clearly they have nothing to tell you. They say you are hungry. It's not what they say. And that will cause the hunger, right? They forgot that when we got there, they had stolen all the money. If the money was there, would you be hungry? So why they say you are hungry? Why they say you are hungry? And you, Nigerians, who asked them, okay, would President Buhari have caused hunger in less than 3 years? Did they leave money at the CBN or in our district? I can tell you for sure. There was $68 billion that President Obasanjo left behind. $68 billion. By the time they handed over to President Buhari, they handed over $2.5 billion in the SS account. I speak as governor and I speak as chairman of governors forum. They handed over $2.5 billion in that account. And what did the president do? He was scared that the economy will collapse. So he bailed out all governors, whether PDP or APC. And refused to release $2.5 billion. So what is the economy? And I challenge the vice presidential candidate that the economy is voodoo economy. I have told him that. Let it come out. It is not, economy is not about trade. It's not buying and selling. It's beyond buying and selling. So when he talks about creating employment, what kind of employment? What is this statistics? How will he create it? And I can tell you clearly that as Minister for Transport, if we get the loan we are pursuing now to do the remaining railway from Ibadan to Kano, minimum of 1 million jobs. Let him come and tell us what he will do to create 1 million jobs. You see, politicians just bandy words about. I will create job, you clap. You don't ask how. You don't ask, you gather. Because we as human beings, as Nigerians, all we want to hear is share the money, share the money. There is no money to share. It is to get you employed. You are suffering because PDP spent all the money we had before. We are just gathering more money to get you back to employment and get you back being useful to the Nigerian country. Be rest assured that a vote for him is a vote for Akure Railway. A vote for him, and here a friend of mine said that there was no road here. Unfortunately, I said it's not true. There are federal roads in all the state capitals. It's never happened before. Never. And people will come out and tell you, oh, you're hungry. Ask them, before we came, were you not hungry? How much did they leave behind? Exactly, you are hungry before. I like it for what you said. Now, we came, we are struggling to even pay salaries. God will bless you as you step out to work first. And that's a good. Work first to bring us voters, and then ensure that you vote for us. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. President.
Yes, still talking about the achievements of the APC administration in Ondo State under this present government. The Akure Airport has been upgraded, so we have domestic flights at the Akure Airport daily now, which was not the same before now. We have the governor of Ondo State now, Mr. Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, set to talk to the people of the Sunshine State.
APC, mo kí bàbá wa o, olórí wa ní orílẹ̀-èdè yìí, bàbá wa Muhammadu Buhari, mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ sí Ondo State o. Mo mọ̀ pé gbogbo nǹkan tí mò ń sọ lẹ̀ ń gbọ́, àbí wọ́n kúrò ṣáàkì wàá jẹ́ kí bàbá gbọ́. Mo kí yín o. I want to welcome you to the Sunshine State. This is your state. State Babalawa, Yabeko. State Buhari Kolawa, Bibolawa. State Buhari Lawa. Say Buhari. Ekpari Wodada. Say Buhari. Say Baba. You are welcome.
Governor of Ondo State there giving assurance that Ondo State is for President Muhammadu Buhari.
Let me welcome the Vice President first. Katuwa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run fún Vice President wa o. Àbí mo kúrò? Àbí ayé ọpẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀? Àbí kò yẹ ká máa dúpẹ́? Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Ó àrà sán. Atẹ́gùn
Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu there, giving thanks to God for Vice President Yemi Osinbajo.
Vice President wa last week he was with us for 3 days. He never spent 3 days in any state. For the first time, he spent 3 days with us here. I will disclose a secret, and I will disclose that secret publicly. The Vice President is really a man of God. He's a man of faith. And his faith has kept him till now. We were in a chopper together, and his senior brother was with us. And that is him there, Femi Jabi. His senior brother and I were together at university. We entered the chopper, and I saw his senior brother there. He sat here, the senior brother here. I said, VP, let Femi go into the other chopper. Don't let two of us be in this chopper. Two of you cannot be in this chopper. He said to me, Aketi, you are a man of little faith. Nothing will happen. It's okay. But this is my own. My wife here, if I have my way, she will take a flight and go. And I will go and meet her wherever we are going. I don't want to be in the same place at the same time. But because he's a man of faith, he said, Aketi, don't worry. And he said to Femi, say a word of prayer. And he said prayers. And he kept flying from one place to the other inside the chopper for 3 days. But later, he said to me, he said, do I know Femi was in the chopper with him then? When it happened to me, but there was no trouble. We thank God for your life. Mr. VP, we thank God for your life. Praise the Lord. Tekbir. Ọlọ́run tóbi lọ́ba o. Ká dúpẹ́ lọ́lọ́run fún Vice President wa. Mo kí Chairman wa o. Mr. Chairman. A comrade, once a comrade. Once you are a comrade forever. I won't repeat that. Now you see what Rotimi say. He wants to put me in trouble. I give my chairman, my brother governors. I cannot thank you enough for coming. Goddy, you are always with me because God will win. I don't get a lot of. I don't get a lot of. God will win because when you are the one that you are the precursor, if God will win. My brother Kayode, you are here. JKF. Go for one kini. Go for one legbegbe. JKF, I welcome you. And I want to welcome my great brother, Ajiri Omoye. Oye Omajiri Ibitulamosu, I welcome you. I thank you for your support. The 3 of you are here, and my other black governors. All of us were in Ekiti. Some couldn't get chopper to come, so they had to go by road. Ajibobi was with us. The governor of Osun was with us. All of us here in Southwest, we are what? We are APC. The Southwest is APC. Only Akiambode, who was reading his budget, was not there. He said his apology. My fellow governors, I thank all of you for your wonderful support all the time. I want to welcome the Ashaju of the universe to Ondo State. Ashaju, the Jagaban. Say if I go to the go Kiyini, and walking one more. The Jagaban.
Entertainment, baby.
The Jagaban of the globe. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí bàbá wa Àkàndé, mo kí yín o, àti ní kò faṣọ rọ́jẹ́ sí mi mọ̀ bọ̀dá aṣọ Èkìtì lẹ́sìn wọ̀ torí pé sáré wá bí wà ní ẹ̀bá tí bá wọ sóńdó ẹ̀yìn àti nímbẹ̀ Mámúra àwọn àti díjì wa Rótìmí ó yẹ kó ní change aṣọ yìí bọ̀ bàbá akínyẹ káàbọ̀ o mi ò ní sọ nǹkan tí mo sọ lẹ́kìtì torí pé mi ò ní fẹ́ kí gbogbo ayé gbọ́ mo ní kí dábìrì kó má kó bá wa pé bàbá ọmọ kéékèèké ni yín kì í ṣe ọkọ ọmọ kéékèèké o Adébísí Àkàndé bàbá ọmọ kéékèèké Adébísí Àkàndé bàbá ọmọ kéékèèké ẹ̀yin ẹ má yẹ kí dábìrì dá wà lálẹ́ o bàbá ọmọ kéékèèké ni yín akínyìn o mo dẹ̀ kí gbogbo àwọn yòókù tó wà ń bí o deputy governor kò bá sọ pé mi ò pẹ́ o àmọ́ láti pẹ́ especially àbí is important ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò ní pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò pọ̀ eléyìí tá a wá ṣe ń bí lẹ́nìí tí bàbá wa Buhari la wá ṣe o àbí wọn la wá ṣe àbímọ̀kúrọ́ tí pátì wa APC la wá ṣe o àbímọ̀kúrọ́ a ti dìbò lẹ́ẹ̀kan a ò sí níjọba a gbé president wa wọlé àbí wọn wọlé ń bí àwa wà níjọba báwọn ò sí ní wọlé ǹjẹ́ ó ṣeé ṣe kò ṣeé ṣe we will win in Ondo State handsomely. Mr. President, we are giving that assurance handsomely. When we say handsomely, we are men of our words. Ondo State are indomitable people. We are committed to a cause and we will win handsomely for the president. Mr. President, just be at peace. But I said to Mr. President when we were coming, I said, Mr. President, everybody love you. People love you. You command followership. So there is nothing that can happen again. You have won this election. When the president has won this election, wọ́n fẹ́ wọ́n kọ̀ Buhari ti wọlé àbí ó ti wọlé wọ́n ní Buhari ti wọlé àbí ó ti wọlé kí lẹ fẹ́ ṣe kí là ó fi nà wọ́n pa là ó fi nà wọ́n pa kí lẹ ó fi nà wọ́n pa lẹ ó fi nà wọ́n pa ẹ̀wọ̀n ní ìka àlábẹ́ ní ká ẹ lò eléyìí ní ká ẹ lò ó sì yín o ẹ má lo eléyìí mọ́ ṣé ẹ gbọ́ eléyìí lè lọ blot torí pé ballot yẹn ò fẹ́ mọ́ ìka kí ló pé o ìka kí ló pé kí lẹ máa wá ṣe kí lẹ máa ṣe ẹ tẹ̀ sí kíni ẹ tẹ̀ sí bo ẹ máa rọra ẹ má máa tẹ̀tẹ̀ kú tẹ o ẹ má tẹ̀tẹ̀ kú tẹ ẹ tẹ̀ sójú ẹ má tẹ̀sẹ̀ kú tẹ ṣẹ gbọ́ ìbò ẹ dìbò fún APC ìgbálẹ̀ ni máa rí o nǹkan tẹ máa rí ojú bá lọ ìgbálẹ̀ àti APC tẹ́bádé rẹ̀ kékeré ní kẹ́ tẹ̀sójú ẹ̀ kílẹ̀ ó fi lù wọ́n pa là ó fi lù wọ́n pa kílẹ̀ ó fi lù wọ́n pa.
Governor of Ondo State there advising the people of the state to vote wisely, vote for the APC and vote for the symbol green.
Ọ̀la la ó jọ ká lálẹ́ òní la ó jẹ jẹ́ ó jẹ́ díyẹ́ o òní la ó jẹ yán ọ̀la la ó jọ ká lálẹ́ òní la ó jẹ díyẹ́ lè máa wò ó ẹ máa wọ̀rọ̀ lè máa wèṣẹ́ wèṣẹ́ wọn o lè máa wò ó lè máa wọ̀rọ̀ lè máa wèṣẹ́ wọn ẹ ṣé o ẹ gbé alẹ́ mi ènìyàn láṣọ mi o ẹ gbé alẹ́ mi ènìyàn láṣọ mi gbẹlẹ gàmbá ìpẹ gan gbẹlẹ gàmbá ìpẹ gan mi máa retí àánẹ o ibo ìjàpọ̀ náà tí ò ibẹ̀ máa wò ó ẹ gbé alẹ́ mi ènìyàn láṣọ mi o.
Thank you. Governor Akeredolu, after your governorship, you should have a career in music. Abel Robert, Mr. President, you will win handsomely means you are going to score 99.9% in Ondo State. Abi? Now our governors have been told to show you off again because not only in Ondo, the whole of Southwest, President Buhari Buhari will win handsomely. Governor Amosu, please, the people want to see you again. Governor Fayemi of Ekiti. Governor Obaseki of Edo State. Very briefly. Governor Aketi Ejoiwon.
APC! APC! I bring you greetings from Edo State. Obatakwe! APC! Adamu APC! APC! Nigeria, say Baba! Say Baba! Say Baba! APC, now you be Oga. APC, now we be Oga. All other parties, now so, yeah. Every other party, now counterfeit, oh. APC, now you be Oga. APC, now we be Oga. All other parties, now so, yeah. Every other party, now counterfeit, oh.
It's up a dice.
When I see how the women they dance, not to me go to the dance and how they lie. When they try night club, you will see.
Talking about while dancing, I know our chairman is the best dancer. More right, Abimi, all right. But now, to hear from the one and only chairman of APC, the indefatigable, energetic, hardworking Osio Baba. Oh yeah, DJ.
The chairman should be joined by all the members of the working committee who are here present. The former governor of Edo State, the authentic chairman.
I don't get a lot, God do it. And I don't pay my rent, God do it. There be one for my hand, for God do it. There be one keep my joy, for God do it. I say anything them do not God do it, no not God do it, no not God do it, no. Anything them do not God do it, no not God do it, no not God do it.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari. Nigeria! Say Buhari, say Megaskia, say Buhari. You must always emphasize Megaskia, the man with truth. Your Excellencies, all the governors here present, particularly our host governor, who has a bachelor law, and is now legally governing Ondo State, and I'm sure he will so accurately well. I think for me, I'm going to be very pleased. I don't want to touch one or two things that are here from the other side, because I see a lot of young people here, and I
imagine that after listening to us, you want to go home and try to figure out what distinguishes President Buhari's candidature to that of the PDP candidate, Atiku Abubakar. The difference, I believe, is clear. You have a president who cares for the poor, who says if a poor man child must go to school in a country that exports so much food oil in Africa, that celebrates itself as the giant of the continent, the child of the poor should at least have 1 meal a day. Has any president ever remembered the children of the poor before? Can you recall any? Did Obasanjo remember the children of the poor? Did Jonathan remember it? Buhari is doing so. Number two, Buhari is the only president who looked at the face of people, leaders, and asked them, how do you sleep when you have not paid your workers? And when you don't pay your workers, they cannot feed their wives. And when they cannot feed their wives, you can't accuse them for not being loyal. They cannot pay rent. They cannot go to the market. And he gave every state government money so that workers shall be paid. Has that happened before? We have a president who says, why do you keep on importing something that we use to produce? You know those states, the first people that left my village, and later find out they came to a war. I don't know whether the government met them. And they were working cocoa farms. And from that cocoa farms, you build cocoa house in Ibadan. But we abandoned agriculture, leave rural people completely impoverished. And then we started lamenting urban-rural migration. President Buhari has come back and said, no, enough of this self-deceit. We must learn to produce what we eat and eat what we produce. We should stop exporting jobs to Europe and importing unemployment into Nigeria. Is that not the correct policy to follow? And we can go on and on and on. We have the Air Power program. Since the Vice President is here, nobody is as eloquent as him when he narrates all of the things that they are doing and how one public policy affects the other. But the thing I want you to remember, why you must remain where you are, which is APC. Earlier in Ekiti this morning, I said there are two classes of rulers in every part of Nigeria. You have the traditional rulers who derive their power from their culture and tradition. And then you have those who are elected. As things stand today, from Oyo State to Ogun State to Ekiti State to Oshu State to Lagos State, everywhere is APC. And these governors are elected by the people of the Southwest. So when we say Afenifere, these are the real people. And we saw their leaders today in Ekiti. Listen to what Atiku said. People say I should not be measuring his name. I said, no, I am a union man. I grow up to learn to call a spade by its proper name. I am not a diplomat. And I am not begging the president for a diplomatic appointment. Atiku said he will enrich his friends. Are you Atiku's friends? What stopped him from saying, I will empower and prosper Nigerians? He never said that. He said, I will enrich my friends. And when the reporters looked at him, and they asked the reporter, what is wrong with enriching his own friend? Nothing wrong. But are you his friend? So you are not one of those who's going to enrich. But hear what he told people in the Southeast to confirm that PDP candidate believes that government must be used for self-help. There has to be a personal reason for every
every public policy. I watched him and he said he will continue, take note of the word, continue to construct the second Niger bridge, which our president has already started and which is already doing. But as people said, he will only do it because he married from the southeast. Should we govern on the basis of where we married from? So if your mama don't get daughter, and I think you don't feel Maria, so there is nothing for you in Atiku government. Back up. Ṣé ẹ máa vote fún ẹni tó jẹ́ pé tí o bá gba ìyàwó láti ilé bàbá rẹ̀, ó lè rí kankan nínú ẹ̀. Rárá o, Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́rí. Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́rí. Ta ló sọ pé àní bàbá? Ta ló sọ pé àní bàbá? Buhari ni bàbá wa. Òsínbàjò bàbá wa. Òsínbàjò bàbá wa. Buhari bàbá wa. Gbogbo wa la sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Tó bá tọ́ mi sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Bábí ọ̀há tó bá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ ṣe púpọ̀. Sẹ́mi pé àwọn tó ń gbé tó gbé ké wọ́n tíra díẹ̀díẹ̀. Ẹ ṣe o. But I just need to know that the election that is coming is between those who want to revise the current gains to reduce factors to the so-called free market. You heard it, he said he will sell NNPC. Did you hear when he said that? An NNPC accounts for 80% of our national income and he's going to share it for himself, his in-laws and his friends. Are we going to support that? And he said, even if they will kill him, he will do it. I said, no, PPC will kill his ambition. He will be alive to see Nigeria prosper. And our oil reserve will not be privatized to private people. And for those who say they don't know the difference between APC and PDP, this is the difference. PDP believes in survival of the fittest. If you are rich, it's your right. If you are poor, it is your fault. And if you are poor because you were not working in custom, it is your fault. And you had what earlier in the day, I'm sorry, I think it was who talked about the purity of the vice president. Tell me who your president is, and I will tell you the kind of vice president you will have. So when you have Papa Mengesia, the man with truth, as president, he's about to have a professor who is covered with the precious blood of Jesus. His stomach can fly from the air and drop. Nothing will happen to him. Because the prayers of those who are benefited from his intellect, from his resourcefulness, and the combined power of honesty which he shared with the president, we see them from every municipalities. But here, Obi, they asked him, the vice president, the running mate to Atiku, as a governor, he took Anambra money, 4 years, in a brewery, in the name of a shopping mall called Nest in Abuja. And you know he's always talking about Chinese. He talks about Chinese because 90% of everything Peter Obi is selling in the shopping mall, they are made in China. And you can be sure they have the lowest quality because they will give lower specification. Not because the Chinese cannot make good quality, but because you tell them what you want, you must match his profit. Where you have a combination of a free market that who want to auction NNPC, and you have a trader that will be as far as Kilowaku. Show of where what Atiku, what Tiku, and what Nigerians are Tiku. I want to know this is no power. Agree with me. Join us to sing this song. I want Tiku, PDP, Macha, PDP, Macha,
course, the APC Ondo State Presidential Rally still coming to you live from the MKO Abiola Democracy Park in Akure. The people of Ondo State have a lot of reasons to be grateful to the APC-led government in Nigeria, as we have so many sons and daughters of Ondo State serving in various capacities. We have, as the acting chairman of the Federal Character Commission, we have there Mr. Shaba Abayomi, who is a son of Ondo State. The people of Ondo State are also grateful to President Muhammadu Buhari for the appointment of Mrs. Cecilia Fayashi as a member of the Federal Character Commission.
I understand so many people have decided to reinforce the APC by leaving PDP and other parties to join us. And because they made her voice in heaven to call the names, just to acknowledge the fact that they have agreed to leave PDP to join us, so that together we support the president and the vice president to continue to sweep all the things that are bad in the land, so that good things can continue to happen under President Muhammadu Buhari and Professor Yemi Osibajo. Abike Dabiri Ekpafon.
Baba. So the campaigns are Honorable Nike Omogbeyin, Mike Omogbeyin, Member House of Reps. Honorable Kola Babatunde, current Member House of Reps. They are all PD members that have joined us. Honorable Adepusoye Idowu Pius, 2 times Member House of Assembly. Engineer Adeshoye Obele, former Chairman, Ifedore Local Government, Ifedore LGA. Princess Charity, former SSA to the ex-governor. Mr. Ademola Ijabiyi, State Coordinator, AGC, Wachidara Komowa. Honorable Yemi Adotoyinbo, National Publicity Secretary, AGP. Oba Yoriju Abbas, former governorship candidate, NCP. Comrade Oluwole Babalola Aka Obesere. We welcome you all to APC. Okay, so the chairman receives them, and where are the others? Okay, chairman.
Let me just present this room as a symbol of our bond and shared commitment to take Nigeria to the next level under the able leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari, ably supported by Vice President Professor Yemi Osibajo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. In his days, they don't walk out to court because somebody is corrupt. APC!
APC! APC! Next level! APC! Say Baba! Say Buhari! Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We move on now because of time. It's now time to call on our father, Babawa Ashiwaju, Jagaban Bogu, Jagaban of the world, Jagaban Africa, Babawa Gokwe. Ladies and gentlemen, Ani Babako, Babawa Tomoy, Jagaban.
YC, OT1 Street, the Bolo YC, YC, I'm a beast, and don't forget to love again. It's the remix, YC and Olamide, Nicky smelling nice.
APC! for being here. We welcome you to the Sunshine State of Ondo, and we thank you for your commitment to truth, democracy, and character building. We thank you for taking the challenge of steering the ship of this nation when it was drifting by bad leadership and the vision of one party they call them the PDP. I thank all our governors of the Southwest, particularly all around the country, the governors of APC, for showing up in solidarity and great support for the APC, for the development of our country and the redemption of our mission. Thank you, Oluwarotimi Akeredolu. God bless you, and many of our Southwest governors here today. We have seen many of them, particularly from Edo, Godwin Obaseki. We have seen from Ekiti, Kayode Fayemi, we have been with him. Senator Ibikunle Amosu from Ogun State. All of you pulling together and focusing on the development of our country. We will never fail. We believe in you, Muhammadu Buhari. They started before. They came. They campaigned along the religious divide. They didn't win. They came. They campaigned along tribal differences. They didn't win. You focus on the mission that we have to rebuild this country, redirect it, remove the cancer of corruption from our body politics and governance. And we are making progress. We have to invest in our people. Today we are investing in our children because of our tomorrow. We are rebuilding our tomorrow today. We are rebuilding our infrastructure, creating millions of jobs. We know the ease of doing business. The best way to develop industry is to create an enabling environment. You are doing that. We know without electricity steady flowing in the right direction and the voltage, we will not have industrialization. You are doing that. PDP came again. They want to continue to lie. We say we are not buying that. Are you buying it? Oh, do I fẹ́ mi bí? Ẹ tún fẹ́ rárá lọ́wọ́ PDP. Ṣé ẹ máa gbà fún wọn? Tí ẹ bá ní gbà fún wọn, ẹ náwó yín sókè. Ọlọ́run á gbàdúrà yín. Ẹ lọ dìbò. Eléyìí ti dúró bí látàárọ̀. ti dìbò ní February 16 ẹ ti dìbò tó ẹ ti wọlé kí la máa ṣe o a máa dìbò a máa wọlé a máa dìbò a máa wọlé. Say with your vote.
National leader of the APC there, who has just urged the people from those states to vote massively for the APC on the 16th of February.
73-something parties. No contest. 73 presidential candidates. Ẹni máa gbòdo náà máa gbòdo àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. Ẹni máa gbẹ́yọ̀ kan àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. Ẹ jọ lajú yín sílẹ̀. Ẹni máa lajú ẹ̀ sílẹ̀. Àmọ̀dò òní kò wọ́ o. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí ojú yín fọ́ o. Ọwọ́ kékeré yìí. Ìgbà tẹ́ ń lo ọwọ́ àtàǹpàkò.
Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is also telling the people there to be vigilant when they cast their vote.
Ìbò yẹn ti wọlé nìyẹn àbí kò wọlé? Ìbò yẹn wọlé àbí kò wọlé?
On how to locate the APC symbol on the ballot, which is the broom.
The greatest youth of Ondo State. The greatest of the greatest youth of Ondo State. The smartest youth of Ondo State. The greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the Ondo. Let me hear you. Are you ready? We are voting APC. Solidly APC. You go there. Please do that. God will bless you. God Almighty will bless you. We thank God for Shibajo is here. With his faith in God Almighty, we continue to give the glory to God. Glory is here. All morning we have been to a meeting. Address meeting today, and we are here in Ondo, and we are still going back to Abuja. God bless you. If we don't love you, we won't be here. But remember one thing. One thing. This is the time to take vengeance on the lives of Obasanjo and the lives of those liars of PDP. Now they are crying, whoa. Who is the criminal rigger? You have not voted. You have not even seen the ballot papers. You are talking.
Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu there. He wants Nigerians to be vigilant on the day of election. He also wants them to watch out for the symbol of APC, which is the broom, and vote for the APC.
Force for progress. Force for best of love. Vote your children. Forget the PDP. Are they not the one? Are you not going to avenge the rigging of Adebarati or not? Are they not the one who rigged Adebarati out?
The APC presidential campaign rally. Like I told you earlier, the people of Ondo State have a lot of reasons to be grateful to the Muhammadu Buhari-led administration in Nigeria, because we have one of the past deputy governors of Ondo State, talking about Alhaji Ali Olanusi, who is the chairman of the Benin Owena River Basin Development Authority. More sons and daughters of Ondo State are also serving in this government. We also have Mr. Pius Oshuyikomi, who is the director of the Technical Aid Corps in Abuja. And as the last son of Ondo State, talking about Chief Olushola Oke, is the Southwest coordinator of this APC presidential campaign.
APC! APC! Let me hear you again. APC! Right now, I would like to invite to the microphone a man who has given support to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a man who is the team leader of over 500,000 youths in Nigeria, a man who has given hope to many unemployed graduates. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome to the microphone the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our own Professor Pastor Yemi Oshibajo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Gbogbo wa ta wà ń bí la máa rí lọ síwájú, gbogbo wa la máa rí ìdàgbàsókè, ààbò Ọlọ́run tó rí gan, ààbò Ọlọ́run tó dájú ó ń láti wà lórí gbogbo wa lórúkọ Jésù. Ẹni mélòó ń bí olóríire? Torí olóríire nìkan ló dìbò fún Buhari o. Àwọn tó ẹjẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín dáadáa o. Olóríire ló dìbò fún Buhari torí pé nǹkan rẹ̀ la mú wá bá Nàìjíríà o. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n tètè sọ ọ̀rọ̀ bíi mẹ́ta kan torí àkókò wa ti lọ púpọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ sọ nǹkan mẹ́ta tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ ìjọba Muhammadu Buhari lógún púpọ̀. Ìkíní ni iṣẹ́ fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́, iṣẹ́. Ẹ gbọ́ mi dáadáa. Kí ni mo wí o? Iṣẹ́.
iṣẹ́ fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́. Ìkíní nìyẹn. Iṣẹ́ yìí jẹ́ nǹkan tó yẹ pé ó jẹ president wa lógún púpọ̀. Àwọn yunifásitì, àwọn tó ń jáde yunifásitì àti polytechnic lọ́dọọdún wọ́n jẹ́ 1.7 million lọ́dọọdún nísìn. Nítorí náà tí èèyàn bá ti kúrò youth corps ó kù kó máa wáṣẹ́ kiri. Nǹkan tá a fi dá empower lẹ̀ nìyẹn pé 500,000 empower la ní sìn tó yẹ pé ìjọba gbà wọ́n síṣẹ́ 500,000 ṣùgbọ́n o ibẹ̀ láṣẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni torí 1.5 million là ń lọ ní next level à ń láti lè fún 1.5 million níṣẹ́ ní next level yìí o ǹjẹ́ mo ráwọn empower ń bí rárá ń bó lẹ́wà empower ló tó yín bí all power to you empower ẹ kúṣẹ́ ìkọ̀ọ̀kan nú àwọn empower wa wọ́n láti ní nǹkan tó jọ bí nǹkan tí mo dì mú yìí àṣẹrẹ́ nìkan bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó nà tiẹ̀ sókè gbogbo wa la ń láti ní irú eléyìí nǹkan tó wà nú tablet yìí nǹkan tó wà nú ẹ̀ ní ẹ̀kọ́ tá à ń kọ́ gbogbo àwọn tó bá ń ṣe empower yìí ẹ̀kọ́ yìí ni pé káwọn náà lè mọ nǹkan táwọn lè fi máa kọ́ra wọn níṣẹ́ gbogbo nǹkan tá a fi ń kọ́yàn ní bá ṣe mọ kọ̀ǹpútà bá ṣe ń kọ́yàn ní bá ṣe ń ṣe business ara nǹkan tó wà nù nǹkan yẹn nìyẹn tó wà nù tablet yẹn nìyẹn ìkan gbogbo àwọn everybody tó bá ti nírú tablet yìí gbogbo training material ló wà ń bẹ̀ fún wọn láti máa kọ́ wọn ní ẹ̀kọ́ ṣùgbọ́n 1.5 million tá a sọ ẹ̀ a ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni nǹkan tá a fi ń gbére òwe wá síbí tó máa kọjá lákùrẹ́ nítorí iṣẹ́ náà ni torí tí réèwé bá kọjá lákùrẹ́ àáríṣẹ́ fẹ́ engineer àáríṣẹ́ fáwọn administrator àáríṣẹ́ fún accountant àáríṣẹ́ fẹ́ tó ń supply tó jẹ́ ń supply yẹ̀pẹ̀ èyí tó ń supply òkúta gbogbo àwọn yẹn náà máa ríṣẹ́ ẹ̀ tó tiẹ̀ ń ta oúnjẹ nìkan pàápàá wọ́n á máa ríṣẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń mú gbogbo títì federal road tá à ń ṣe tá à ń mú bọ̀ ìdí iṣẹ́ náà ni gbogbo ẹ̀ pé ká lè ríṣẹ́ káwọn èèyàn lè ríṣẹ́ ni ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tó tún wá jẹ wá lógún púpọ̀ ni ọ̀rọ̀ iná mọ̀nàmọ́ná power electricity kí gbogbo wa lè máa rí iná torí iná yẹn gan-an ló máa jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa lè rí àǹfààní iṣẹ́ ká lè rí àǹfààní yẹn níbi iṣẹ́ wa tẹ́ bá wò lọ tẹ́ bá wò bọ̀ tí mẹkáníìkì bá níná tí télọ̀ bá níná á lè ríṣẹ́ ẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa so mr tó bá níná á ríṣẹ́ ṣe dáadáa welder tó bá níná á ríṣẹ́ ṣe dáadáa nǹkan tá a fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí í ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ iná yìí nìyẹn tẹ́ bá rántí ní 2005 ni wọ́n ti ta nepa wọ́n ta fóríṣiríṣi àwọn companies many ọ̀pọ̀ náà company yẹn ni wọ́n lè fúnra wọn ni wọ́n lè ra transformer mọ́ báyìí ìmí inú wọn gan àti ṣe mítà wọn lè ṣe nǹkan tó fi ń send estimated billing nǹkan tá à ń gbọ́ estimated billing káàkiri nìyẹn ṣùgbọ́n yẹn ó ní àwọn èèyàn lára púpọ̀ nǹkan tá a wá pinnu láti ṣe ń sìn ni pé a máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jẹ́ kí àwọn company tí ò ń ṣe àwọn tá a ti ta nepa fún yìí káwọn náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ iná ẹ̀ kán máa supply iná company mi lè dé pé Ondo yìí o Àkúrẹ́ òun fẹ́ supply iná l'Ákúrẹ́ license ẹ̀ pé kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí supply iná l'Ákúrẹ́ a ti ń ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ solar bọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ private power a ti ń ṣe bọ̀ torí àwọn kan mọ̀ pé ní Ìsìnkàn market àti ní nepa 1 and nepa 2 ta ló mọ àwọn ọjà yẹn ń bí ta ló mọ àwọn ọjà yẹn láwọn ọjà yẹn a ti fi solar síbẹ̀ àwọn private company náà dẹ̀ ń fi síbẹ̀ tó yẹ pé wọ́n fi mítà sí gbogbo ẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ àwọn tó dẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n ń lo náà wọn lọ déédéé 24/7 24 hours nínú wọn wà ń bẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń lo náà wọn bọ́n ṣe ń lò ní Ìsìnkàn bọ́n ṣe ń lò nepa 1 nepa 2 nìyẹn a dẹ̀ máa ṣe á kárí gbogbo àwọn ọjà gbogbo àwọn ibi táwọn èèyàn ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tó fẹ́ ná nílé ẹ̀gan pàápàá á ń láti rí i pé kó lè ṣe. ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tó wá láti Ondo South ń bí àwọn tó wá láti Ondo South wọ́n á rí i pé a ti wá ṣe iná débẹ̀ ń sìn a ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lọ commission ti Gbọ́kọ̀dání last week la lọ ṣe yẹn àwọn yẹn ti ní nọ́ọ̀sì bẹ́ẹ̀ náà l'Òkìtìpupa àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ àti ṣe gbogbo yẹn dé South dé Ondo South àdèmá òdi ayé náà ti níná gbogbo àwọn ọbẹ̀ yẹn là ń múná dé ní kọ̀ọ̀kan torí iná ṣe pàtàkì púpọ̀ láti lè ní iṣẹ́ kíṣẹ́ lè pọ̀ mi mọ ẹni mélòó ló ti gbọ́ nípa school feeding oúnjẹ ọ̀sán tá à ń fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọ school àwọn wo náà ti gbọ́ ń pa ẹ̀ àwọn tó ń gbọ́ ń pa ẹ̀ má pọ̀ ṣe rí school feeding yẹn 9.2 million children là ń ṣe ń sìn lójoojúmọ́ 9.2 million children là ń ṣe lójoojúmọ́ là ń fún wọn lóúnjẹ à ń ṣe lákùrẹ́ à ń ṣe ní Ondo State bí náà bọ̀ káàkiri Nàìjíríà la fi ń ṣe ń sìn ṣùgbọ́n school feeding yẹn ó máa di 13 million children lágbára Ọlọ́run ní next level torí 26 states ló wà ń sìn a máa ṣe ní 36 states tó yẹ pé lọ́sọ̀ọ̀sán 13 million children àwọn tó wà primary school public primary school ní òkìkí private primary school tìjọba gbogbo àwọn tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ 13 million la máa ṣe ní next level sí o 9.2 million là ń ṣe ìjẹ́ ẹjẹ́ mọ̀ pé ẹyin nìkan tó ń sè lọ́sọ̀ọ̀sẹ̀ 6.8 million ní ẹyin nìkan tàbí ń ṣe school feeding tó gbogbo àwọn tó wà ń poultry àwọn tó ń ṣe gbogbo àwọn yẹn náà ti ríṣẹ́ rẹpẹtẹ báyìí sí ó dẹ̀ máa pọ̀ sí ní gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ òpin káàkiri gbogbo àwọn farmer gbogbo náà máa ríṣẹ́ torí bá ṣe design ẹni ẹ̀kọ́ tá a fi pè ní home grown nìyẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí ó lè jẹ́ kí farmer lè lò kí àwọn oníṣẹ́ òpin gbogbo àwọn àgbẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ òpin gbogbo wọn káríkárí náà máa ríṣẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọ̀dọ́ arípa àwọn ọ̀dọ́ pé wọn ò fẹ́ máa lo àgbọn pé wọn ò fẹ́ máa ṣe iṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn púpọ̀ nítorí náà la fi lọ bá Brazil nsìn àti lọ bá Brazil ṣe partnership jẹ́ pé wọ́n á máa fún wa ní oríṣiríṣi equipment wọ́n á máa fún wa ní oríṣiríṣi irinṣẹ́ táwọn èèyàn lè fi máa ṣe iṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn yìí gan tó jẹ́ pé àwa tẹ́ àwọn èèyàn lọ́rùn dáadáa ṣe kò ní le púpọ̀ láti ṣe àti tractor àti nǹkan tó fi máa ń ṣe rice máa kí tó fi máa ń process rice gbogbo àwọn tí nìyẹn láti wá lọ gbà ń sè lọ́wọ́ Brazil gbogbo ẹ̀ ló máa lọ́dọ̀ wa gbogbo àwọn tá a fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn gbogbo àwọn tá a fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ tá a fẹ́ máa process gbogbo wa la máa rí torí bí n ṣe sọ ọ̀rọ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí ló jẹ wá lógún jù nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe nìyẹn pé gbogbo wa lè máa ríṣẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ń lò wọ́n máa ríṣẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan kẹta tí mo ń láti sọ fún yín ni ọ̀rọ̀ owó tá a fẹ́ máa fún àwọn ọlọ́jà àtàwọn tó ń ṣòwò kéékèèké káàkiri a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ trader money àmọ̀ fún àwọn wọ́n ti ń gba trader money yẹn ṣùgbọ́n a ń láti tún ṣe jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní next level nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tá à ń pè ní people money pé owó ẹni tó bá tailor tó bá fẹ́ yáwó tí ò ní interest púpọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ á lè lọ sí irú báńkì yẹn mechanic tó fẹ́ yáwó á lọ bẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ wọ́n lè lọ bẹ̀ àwọn tó ń ṣòwò náà wọ́n lè máa lọ bẹ̀ àwa ní entrepreneur bank ìyẹn báńkì fún àwọn èèyàn àwọn ọkùnrin obìnrin àwọn ọ̀dọ́ tó fẹ́ dáṣẹ́ tí wọ́n lẹ̀ àwọn tó fẹ́ dáṣẹ́ tí wọ́n lẹ̀ yẹn àwa lówó fún àwọn yẹn náà gbogbo àwọn kìíní ìgbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí la fẹ́ mú ṣe torí pé ìlú wa gbogbo wa yìí la máa lọ sí next level tá à ń sọ yìí ṣùgbọ́n ẹ má jẹ́ ká tanra wa jẹ nǹkan tó fà lù wa sẹ́yìn ní ìjẹkúrú jẹra o nǹkan tó fà sẹ́yìn nìyẹn nǹkan tá a fi ń sọ pé a gbọ́dọ̀ padà sẹ́yìn torí gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí ló yẹ ká ti máa ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ ó yẹ ká ti ṣe Lagos Ìbàdàn expressway ó ti parí àṣẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe ni torí àwọn kan láwọn ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ mi ní sọrúkọ wọn a gbọ́dọ̀ sọrúkọ pátì wọn yẹn pàápàá toró tiẹ̀ ń fọyàn lórí ni láti máa sọrúkọ pátì wọn yẹn wọ́n ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé àwọn ń ṣe Lagos Ìbàdàn irọ́ ní gbogbo ẹ̀ budget after budget wọn ò ṣe ṣùgbọ́n àti mo ṣe ń sìn ìjọba Muhammadu Buhari ló mo ṣe ń sìn a dẹ̀ máa parí ẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ń lọ lójú títì yẹn a rí Lagos Kano ń kọ́ railway kò ní ìjọ mo rò pé bíi 7th of February la máa commission Lagos Abẹ́òkúta Ìbàdàn first phase Lagos Kano railway yẹn àti parí ẹ̀ débẹ̀ yẹn sìn wọ́n dẹ̀ ti ń sọ láti jọ ẹ̀ fún àwọn aṣeré òwe yẹn àṣẹ̀ṣe ni bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀rẹ́ tẹ́ bá wo ìtàpẹ̀ Warri railway àṣẹ̀parí yẹn náà ní 35 years wọ́n ti sọ fún àwọn ń ṣe àṣẹ̀parí ẹ̀ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni Mambila Hydro 40 years 40 ọdún wọ́n ti sọ fún àwọn tí ń ṣe wọ́n láwọn ṣe wọ́n ṣe àárín kankan bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n kàn náwó wọ́n kó ìsápò ni ṣùgbọ́n ń sìn àti mú ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ káàkiri gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá tẹ́ ẹ bá mọ̀ kò sẹ́ni tí ò mọ̀ pé nígbà tí president wa Muhammadu Buhari ṣe minister of petroleum lakọ́ refinery wa mẹ́rin ni refinery wa tó wà mẹ́ta nú ẹ̀ òun ló kọ́ 3,500 kilometres of pipeline òun ló kọ́ kí náà ti fi add sí láti gbà yẹn kí náà ti fi kún láti gbà tó ti kọ́ refinery mẹ́ta yẹn ṣẹ́rí nǹkan tó fi lè kọ́ kì í ṣe pé kò ṣeé kọ́ nítorí pé kì í ṣolè ni káíkó lè ní àpò ẹ̀ lówó yẹn máa wà ẹ máa gbọ́n pa refinery bó wọ́n ń plan ẹ̀ ní ẹ̀ bá rí nǹkan tó fi dá pé ká yan olóòótọ́ kó máa ṣe president wa nìyẹn kò sólè kankan tó bá ṣe president táàrí nǹkan kan mú ṣe àṣà tí ń gbọ́ oríṣiríṣi là ń gbọ́ àwọn tó ń sọ pé tóun bá débẹ̀ àtòun àtàwọn ọ̀rẹ́ òun làwọn máa gbádùn irú ọ̀rọ̀ jákujàku wo nìyẹn báwọn náà ti ń sọ yẹn láwùjọ àwọn ọmọlúàbí a gbọ́dọ̀ gbà fún àwọn ará bíi rárá o ọmọlúàbí dà ń bí náà mi tiẹ̀ ṣọmọlúàbí wà ń bí a gbọ́dọ̀ gbà ó ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ fún yín gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ilẹ̀ káàró-oòjíire ìjọba wa lélẹ́yìí o gbogbo ìjọba wa lélẹ́yìí o a nípinnu ẹ̀ alójúnú ẹ̀ alẹ́nunú ẹ̀ ìjọba wa lélẹ́yìí nítorí náà ẹ jẹ́ ká gbárùkù ti APC kí gbogbo wa dìbò fún APC ká gbogbo wa àdá olójú kan ni láti ní àwa ọmọlúàbí àwọn ọmọ káàró-oòjíire àdá olójú kan ni aládé olójú méjì à ń ṣe ṣekúṣẹyẹ ìkan là ń ṣe àwa bá ṣe ń ṣe nǹkan wa la máa ṣe lọ Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ fún wa ṣe ìdàgbàsókè káàró-oòjíire APC ló jẹ lógún ẹ jẹ́ ká dìbò fún APC o ẹ jẹ́ kí n wo ìka ìlábẹ̀ mo ní ìka ìlábẹ̀ yìí wà ẹ jẹ́ n wo ìka ìlábẹ̀ yìí o àáfi lábẹ̀ pẹ́ o mi gbọ́ yín o àáfi lábẹ̀ pẹ́ o ṣùgbọ́n ní February 16 a máa fi dìbò ni o a máa tẹ̀ ẹ́ sí ojú ẹ̀ ibi tí APC wà la máa tẹ̀ sí ṣé ń gbọ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn gbogbo ṣùgbọ́n kí n tó máa lọ ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọ́ yín lórin kan torí orin àsọtẹ́lẹ̀ ni orin àwa olóríire ni òkè òkè là ń lọ o òkè òkè là ń lọ o olóríire tẹ̀lé mi òkè òkè là ń lọ o a ò ní fàsẹ́yìn o òkè òkè là ń lọ o a ò ní pàdánù o òkè òkè là ń lọ o mi gbọ́ yín o òkè òkè là ń lọ o òkè òkè là ń lọ o olóríire tẹ̀lé mi òkè òkè là ń lọ o.
APC! Thank you so much. At this level, let me invite Osho Baba, the comrade of all comrades, the leader of the unionists in Nigeria, to invite our president onto the microphone. Thank you, sir.
Òkè òkè là ń lọ o. Òkè òkè là ń lọ o. Àwa ará Oǹdó. Òkè òkè là ń lọ o. Ẹni tí ò fẹ́ lókè kò sẹ́ọ̀fì ní ìsinyìí o. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will explain to you later all that the Vice President said. I think we need more pastors, real pastors in business. I mean in political business. Now I have the real honor to invite, sir, this was not my invention, it was Fashola. It was in Benin when the Vice President, then the candidate, came to address a town hall meeting. And when the people look at the Vice President, they look at me, they were like, so Fashola told them, no. All of them are not like this, that our Oga is 7 foot. So I need the tall and the short of the matter. So now it is my real honor to invite the president who can stand with Obama, and Obama look like a dwarf. I was there. I see how the photograph. I didn't make people to like some people born. I kept my own photo. So Mr. President, Mr. Integrity, the father of modern Nigeria, the man who is trying to change our habits, to reform our character, to reposition Nigeria for a sustainable great future. President Muhammadu Buhari, please step forward and address the great people of the Sunshine State.
APC. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellencies, the Governors of Ondo, Ekiti, Ogun, and Edo States, Honorable Ministers, the Chairman of our party, the leader of the party, Aswaju, and Baba Akande, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Vice President and the Minister of Transportation has made my job very easy. Although I do not understand Yoruba fully, but the Vice President, by the fact that he is the chairman of the National Economic Committee, has all the facts and figures before him. He has told you what this administration has been doing and will continue to do. The only thing I will do is to remind you of our campaign 2015 was based on 3 fundamental issues: security, economy, and fighting corruption. On the economic side, it has been abundantly clear by what the Vice President has mentioned. On security, I think the best witnesses to this administration performance are people from the northeast. Boko Haram used to hold a substantial part of their local governments. They are no longer doing that. But what they are doing is very, very bad for the society. They are indoctrinating young boys and girls, especially girls, arm them with explosives, and send them to soft targets, churches, mosques, marketplaces, motor parks, and other places where people get together. Even that is becoming very rare. But what I will assure you is that we are going to secure this country. On the economy, we are lucky. People are going back to the land. We are virtually self-sufficient in food security. We have stopped importing rice by more than 90%. And Nigerian farmers are happy about it. What the government is doing is to buy fertilizer, make it available with all local governments at the half price it used to be. The most difficult part of our campaign promise was fighting corruption. Corruption was developed into a culture in this country, and it cannot be got rid rapidly under the system. What we do, those who are given responsibility, if they are found to have abused trust, they are arrested, prosecuted,
and whatever they have taken away from them and put back into government. We are building your infrastructure. You have been told us the roads, the rail, and what we are doing in educational institutions about feeding, and what we are doing about encouraging small farmers, which the Vice President is in charge himself. I thank you very much for spending so much time in the sun, waiting to listen to us and see us. I assure you, we will continue to work hard to secure this country, to manage it properly, and make it free of corruption and indiscipline. APC. APC. Well, I have raised the hands of the candidates, senatorial candidates. Please, APC up and down. Edo Central. This is our friend. Edo. Ondo North. Distinguished Senator. Thank you very much. The third one. Ondo South. Please, APC from top to bottom. That from the President to the Governor to the Senators to House of Representatives to House of Assembly and to the Chairman of the local government. APC. 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 God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Can we have the national anthem, please? National anthem. 1, 2, go. Let's sing it together. Rise.
That has been the Ondo APC presidential campaign rally held at the MKO Abiola Democracy Park here in Akure. On behalf of the outside broadcast crew, I am Doris Olumoko saying thank you very much for your time. As we now link up with NTA Network for other programs.
Now we be the politicians who they rule the country. Start me.
Oh, come on, G. That's
I beg, allow me make my food just digest.
Hey, madam, I don't need that money. No one that move for this place. No that government don't lock my restaurant. All that way they do just stop it. Before now they were just I want to come my shop. Not tell me to stop. Don't tell me that. Wait. I beg your pardon. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Just stop that way you want to. Stop it.
Who is begging you? I said, I beg your pardon.
Just stop it.
I am Adeola Omokibi, and the program you're watching is Sports Real. Keep it with us.
Fans, they don't understand the rules or the laws of the game.
Hello and welcome to that program of yours on the NTA Sports Channel, Knowing Golf.
And thanks for joining us on another edition of Sports Guest on the NTA. My name is Kenneth Emma Abodike. Welcome indeed to Saturday Sports Arena on the NTA Sports 24.
It would not be if you continue to just have these vague means of saying these are the yardsticks I want to use.
League Service, a program designed to bring you up to speed with happenings in Nigerian football leagues.
Telecast. Please stay tuned.
Ayuba Waba, President, Nigerian Labour Congress. There is victory for us, victory. Victory for us in the struggle for our members. There is victory forward, ever, backward, never, in the struggle for our members. There is victory. Isoleto. Viva Nigerian workers! Viva African workers! Viva world workers! Thank you, comrades. Mr. President.
He's a little. He's a little. He Africa. He Africa. The struggle. But victory. But victory! Thank you very much, comrades. His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, ably represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Barrister Boss Gida Mustafa. Welcome, sir. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kebbi State, the very amiable Atiku Bagudu, workers-friendly governor. Our founding fathers, ably led by the first president of NLC, Alhaji Hassan Somonu, and all other former presidents and veterans that are here. Our global union leadership, from ITUC Brussels, ITUC Africa, General Secretary of Organization of African Trade Union Unity, Executive Secretary of Organization of West African Trade Union, our counterparts from all other labor centers around the world, too numerous to mention, about 40 of them here present. Our civil society allies, ably led by Dr. Dipo Fashino and Comrade Femi Falana, SAN, members of the National Administrative Council, members of the Central Working Committee, members of the National Executive Council, great Nigerian workers, great Nigerian workers. On behalf of the National Executive Council, I have the singular honor and privilege to welcome all our esteemed guests, comrades and delegates, veterans of our movement, to this very important conference, the 12th Quadrennial Delegate Conference of the Nigerian Labour Congress. This year's conference will be the 12th since the formation of NLC in 1978. The 12th Delegate Conference is very unique, coming close on the heels of the commemoration of the 40th anniversary of the Nigerian Labour Congress. Our conference is, as usual, also taking place just very close to our general election. In fact, the general elections will be only a week from our conference. As we approach the 2019 general elections, as usual, NLC will call on the election management body, Independent National Electoral Commission, and indeed all stakeholders to ensure that we have a peaceful, free, fair, and credible election come February and March 2019. Congress will continue to hold both the players and the referee in this important election to account on their words and conduct. Nigerians must rise above partisan interests and become the winners of this election by ensuring that elections hold peacefully, devoid of any violence. The truth is that we do not have any other country other than Nigeria to call our own, and we must therefore stop the politicians from using elections as a pretext to throw the country into any crisis. Elections should be about contestation, about programs and issues, and therefore it should not be about attack and personal running down of people. I think we have gone beyond all of that, and therefore Labour call on all the stakeholders to ensure that the process is actually peaceful. The Nigerian Labour Congress, being the premier and dominant national labour center in Nigeria, has come a long way. The NLC has grown from 19 affiliates in 1978 to 43 affiliates, and more are still coming. In fact, as we progress in this conference, one very important union from the informal sector who has been registered in the past 4 years, National Union of Foodstuff, Butchers, etc., have applied to affiliate to NLC. We are aware that they have the potential of about 1 million members, and therefore NEC will take appropriate action to bringing them into our fold. In the African region, NLC is affiliated to the Organization of African Trade Union Unity, the Organization of West African Trade Union, OTOA, ITUC Africa, and at that global level, NLC is an affiliate of the International Trade Union Confederation, of which I have been privileged to be elected recently to provide leadership to that organization. It's a great honor to all of us and all Nigerian workers, and it's something that we'll cherish and continue to provide quality leadership. National Delegate Conference is an important organ of our movement, where we review the activities and engagements of the preceding years. Delegate Conference also provides Congress the platform to deploy the benefit of evaluating the state of the nation, our struggle and critical self-examination to develop an agenda and mandate for the leadership in the next 4 years. The theme of this conference is towards a decade of activism for the promotion of labor unity, national rebirth, and development. This theme resonates with the effort of the NLC in the past years to foster solidarity in the labor movement and engage government and employers on values we hold dear, especially issues of good governance and protection of human and social and workers' rights. Our leadership have led frontally in many struggles to free workers from exploitation. We have promoted and defended the economic, political, and social rights and well-being of Nigerian workers, pensioners, and our trade unions. I know also that, as a matter of fact, our pensioners, various senior citizens, are here with us. Pensioners, are you here with us? We welcome you, and we appreciate your very good labor that have built our country to where it is today. In defending and promoting the cause of Nigerian workers, our focus is to build workers' power through organizing. We have worked tirelessly to promote causes that can enhance the quality of life and improve the income and other working conditions of workers. We have paid close attention to workers' education through our increasingly improved education programs, especially the Rain and Harmattan schools. Our collective leadership have provided voice to the voiceless. As a matter of top priority, we have confronted the huge inequality gap in our society. We have expanded the platform of participation for our women and youth. For the first time in the history of our Congress, we have created a democratic youth structure with visible representation at the highest level of the Congress. We have also strived towards the attainment of gender equality and improvement in the condition of women in the world of work and society in general. We have encouraged our affiliates to continue to appreciate and continue to ensure that our women get the right of place, including respect for the fact that at all our levels, women must actually be accommodated. Despite the challenges that trailed the last delegate conference, which took a good part of our time and effort trying to resolve, we have kept faith with our program of returning to our founding principles, especially as inspired by our leadership retreat in Calabar and Sokoto in 2015. We have pursued our founding principle of commitment to social justice and investing in genuine struggle for workers and citizenry rights to improve working and living conditions towards earning the confidence of our members and the global trade union movement. In consonance with our team and the team of this conference, we shall devote the next 10 years of our movement to building working class unity by bringing our various organizations of the working class under one roof, one national platform, so that we can speak with one loud, powerful voice. This way, we shall end the machination of our class opponents to keep us perpetually divided. We shall use the next 10 years to revive and rebrand the Labour Party into a formidable working class platform to build a movement that will strike an alternative development paradigm based on a strong developmental state as a credible alternative for national rebirth and national development, the state of the nation. Our national economy, given its vast potentials amidst diverse challenges, shows some promises in recent time. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, Nigerian gross domestic product, GDP, grew by 1.81% a year-on-year basis in real time in the third quarter of 2018. This is slightly better than the growth of 1.17% achieved in the last quarter of 2017. The recent GDP growth and increase in internally generated revenue are signs of steady recovery of our economy from recession. Despite those results, our economy remains largely import-driven and dependent. The growth in size of our economy, the biggest in Africa, is still non-inclusive, as the gap between the rich and the poor continues to widen. Though described as a mix, our economy is essentially rent-seeking and still suffers from systemic distortion. According to the report released by Action Aid, there is a correlation between corruption and poverty in Nigeria. Nigeria scores high in Corruption Perception Index and scores low in Human Development Index, implying that because the incidences of corruption is high, investing in citizen welfare is low. The report went further to state that poverty level in some states where governors were found to be guilty of misusing and converting public funds into private use is higher than in states where governors were judicious in the use of public funds. This suggests that if stolen resources were deployed to address the various poverty challenges in the state, the poverty rate should decline. In its 2012 annual report, the Economic and Financial Crime Commission posited that the failure to deliver social services is associated with endemic problem of corruption, which has affected power supply and the collapse of infrastructures. We must continue to instill transparency and accountability in our polity at all levels. It must be a matter of priority because Nigeria is not a poor country. When you look at our resources, and in fact, human resource, we are among the best around the world. In fact, God has been so faithful to Nigeria that in all facets of development, we are not lacking in terms of resources. And I think the challenge had been how to harness these resources for the benefit of all. And therefore, going forward is for NLC and all progressive forces to continue to prioritize the issue of good governance and the fight against corruption. In this respect, we once again demand that our political elites must find a way of removing immunity against criminal prosecution, especially corruption cases for all political office holders, as it is the case around the world. We have seen around the world there is no immunity against criminal prosecution, especially corruption cases. And therefore, Nigeria cannot be an exception. And we think that we can make progress. Unemployment and underemployment in Nigeria, the need for an urgent and alternative model of economic growth. The National Bureau of Statistics reported for the third quarter of 2018 indicates that general number of persons underemployed in the country has increased by 3.3 million, which soars to a record high of 23.0% in the third quarter of 2018. The report further indicates that the combined rate of unemployment and underemployment rose from 40% in 2017 third quarter to 43.3% in the third quarter of 2018. We should be worried that the increased pool of graduates, skilled and unskilled youth in the unemployment market, especially rural unemployment, is a time bomb. Therefore, any sack of workers under any guise, as it happens in Kaduna, can only complicate an already complicated situation. And therefore, it will be in our own enlightened interest to ensure that those workers that are working presently are not only continue to be engaged and retained, we must find ways of attending to youth unemployment in Nigeria. And the only way we can do that is to ensure that we are able to manufacture. Our industries, our manufacturing sector must have the necessary incentive for them to convert our resources into finished product that can be able to make our industries to be very creative and therefore create the necessary employment that is required for our teeming youth. Government employment alone may not be able to provide decent jobs, because what is required in this context is decent job, not jobs that are temporary. We want decent job to address the issue of youth unemployment in Nigeria. And I'm sure there is no family in Nigeria today where you don't have a retinue of unemployed youth. Most of them are trained. Most of them have acquired the necessary training. Most of them have gone through the four corners of our universities and tertiary institutions. But at the end of the day, there is no placement for them actually to have gainful employment. And therefore, we thought strengthening the manufacturing sector, as done in other parts of the world, will certainly address this fundamental issue. We cannot also thought of industrialization without addressing the issue of electric power supply. And we want to say categorically that the privatization of power sector in Nigeria has failed. And we should not shy away from revisiting and making sure that it's being reversed. It doesn't matter how far we have gone in the wrong direction. It is always possible and advisable to make a U-turn. Because as of today, Nigerians have continued to pay exorbitant bills, in most cases estimated bills, that they have not consumed power and they are paying and subsidizing for darkness. That cannot continue, and that cannot actually bring industrialization. I've seen recently the position of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where they said they spend billions of naira annually to actually maintain their generators. And therefore, if we have a steady power supply, it is clear that they will deploy the money they are now spending on generators to actually create employment opportunity for larger Nigerian youths. Ajaokuta Steel Industry. Ajaokuta Steel Industry was put in place more than 40 years ago. There is no country in the world that have developed industrially without having this very important sector in place. We are aware that over $6 billion have been spent on this project. And we are also aware that only $1 million will actually put the facility into proper use. We call on government to do everything possible, because if we are to develop our rail system, if we are to continue to build our cities, if we want to be the industrial hub of the world, there is no way we can achieve that with importation of steel. We are therefore exporting our jobs and then importing steel. When we have this facility laying fallow, whatever needs to be done, it will be part of our policy engagement to ensure that the Ajaokuta steel industry is brought into full utilization. The textile industry. There was a time in Nigeria when the textile factories in Lagos, Onitsha, Kano, Zaria, Kaduna, and other places, we are the second largest employers of Nigerians after the public sector. Today, the textile industry is a shadow of itself. From the former glory, in fact, from more than 175 textile industries, cottage industries, and we remember at that time that the farming of cotton in Nigeria was booming because the industry that will use the end product is also booming. Today, the reverse is the case, and a lot of factors are responsible. We have opened our borders where dumping is the order of the day. While we appreciate what the current effort of custom is being put in place, we thought that this most important industry must continue to receive the attention of government, because revitalizing agriculture means that we must also add value to the agri-product and encourage citizens to go into commercial farming and also farming of cash crops that can actually bring income to our country and also build the income of families. And therefore, this is one sector that I think can be able to change the scenario and also engage our teeming youths. The Mambila Hydropower Station. The Mambila Power has been in the drawing board since 1982. Recently, the federal government signed a contract with a Chinese firm for work to commence on the plan. This is highly commendable, and we therefore want to call on government to ensure that this project is able to reach fruition. Because in that project, we are aware that over 3,000 megawatts of electricity will actually be generated. This, we are sure, will also assist in our quest for industrialization, privatization. Distinguished delegates, our invited guests, well-meaning Nigerians, NLC and the working class movement have a well-documented position on privatization. We have resisted any form of privatization, either the privatization of any of our national assets, because it means that we cannot put our assets in the hands of few. And therefore, any attempt to sell any of our assets to any individual and their foreign collaborators will actually be resisted. We have seen the power sector privatization, where it has been privatized, and we have seen what has happened. They merely share it to their friends. No foreign investment came. It is our commonwealth in various banks that will also use to actually make sure buy the power sector privatization. And therefore, under any guise, we are not going to support any policy of privatization. In fact, any attempt to do that, Nigerian workers will be ready to actually ensure that it doesn't work. We have also seen no privatized enterprise in Nigeria is working as of today. Optimally, no privatized enterprise. We have seen the paper rolling mills. We have seen Nitel. All of those enterprises that have been privatized, in fact, what they did is actually to sell the assets, reap those organizations of their assets. In fact, when the power holding company was privatized, they went all around the country to sell the land, sell the transformers, and sell all the assets. And that is what happened. And therefore, we say no to the sale of our refineries, no to the sale of NNPC. We should be able, as many countries in the world, ensure that they work for public goods. We should be able to say so, and we should be able to work against it. Privatization of public utilities has not generally proven to be correct thing to do in most countries, even developed countries. According to a study released by Public Service International, why public-private partnership don't work, the many advantages of public alternative, authored by David Hall, privatizing public utilities have been a wreck in most countries. Example, Spain, France, India, South Korea, UK, Australia, among others, shows how public/state guaranteed and loans to private sector for the utilities sector have resulted in failures on delivery of services as well as repayment in most cases. This is what is happening in our power sector privatization. Despite the continuous support and bailout by government, services have not improved. And therefore, we call on government to have the will to actually review the privatization of our power sector. the mining subsector. We must carry along in our developmental plan the organized private sector and key sectors of our economy that can actually address our challenges. And we wish to say that the mining sector is one sector that is still untapped. In fact, looking at projections of what we can be able to generate from that very important sector is the fact that it can address our problem. And I think the African mining vision is very important, of which Nigeria as a strong member can benefit from. Nigeria is a signatory, and we call on government to look at this very important sector that I think can be able to assist our quest for industrialization, and importantly, also our revenue base, the public sector. The public sector remains the engine room of government for the implementation of people-oriented policies and programs. We urge government to revisit the policy that was discarded some years ago, especially the policy of tenure for permanent secretaries and directors in the civil service. This is a well-thought-out policy that was actually put in place because as of now, because of the fact that that policy reversal have taken place, we have a top-heavy public service. And let me try to expatiate. When that policy was being considered, and there was a discussion around the policy, we found out that through normal promotion of any public officer that entered the service on either grade level 9, 10, or 8, through normal progression of promotion, before you reach the level of a director, you must have served for more than 28 years in service. And therefore, serving as a director for 8 years means that your entire service years of either 35 years in service and 60 years of age will have been fully accommodated. That policy reversal have now made the service actually top-heavy. And therefore, we call on government to revisit the issue of abolition of that policy because it's going to assist the service, and especially those that have retired and we still continue to maintain them in the public service through either contract or any other means. It's not good for the service. Side by side with that is the continuous use of consultants in the public service. We think that should be discouraged because where you have competent hands, where you have workers that will be able to provide those services, it will be a cost-saving measure to actually use the existing workers than contracting some of these services out, which will be so expensive and in most cases is being used as an avenue to actually defraud government. We call on government to look at this very important sector. The organized private sector. The organized private sector continues to remain a partner in progress for any government. And therefore, we must look at their challenges. We must look at how to create a favorable environment for them to continue to produce so that our country can continue to prosper. We have very key sectors in the private sector, the manufacturing, the construction, and many sectors that are so important to our national development. We thought that there should be a sectorial dialogue to look at their challenges and issues, where those issues can be addressed, and therefore they can be able to use their influence to actually create prosperity. They will also create jobs, because we are sure that in the construction industry alone, we have millions of jobs that have been created. In our agri sector alone, we have millions of jobs that have been created. And we thought that taking them along in all policies formulation of government will actually assist in making sure that these things actually take place. I cannot continue this address without looking at the situation, particularly in the education sector and also the health sector. We thank God that progressively the discussion between ASU and federal government is actually coming to a point that agreement can be considered because ASU have reported at our neck 2 days ago that they thought only few areas remain. And I've said this severally. Where we can address an issue without actually resulting in industrial relation and challenges, we should be able to do that and save time. Because what we can do 2 weeks ago, we shouldn't delay to say that we have to wait until industrial relation or industrial actions commence. And therefore, workers are ready for dialogue. And that's why the ILO Convention about the issue of collective bargaining is very important and sacrosanct. Ministry of Labor must continue to ensure that collective bargaining agreements are respected. Collective bargaining agreements are respected. They are not mere agreements. They are agreements that have the force of law. And therefore, all industrial challenges in many sectors can be addressed through respect for collective bargaining agreement, particularly in the health sector, where collective bargaining agreements have not been respected, and the workers are actually forced to down tools. In fact, the situation now is that they were even taken to court, and in the process, Federal Ministry of Health abandoned the court process. So you are now saying that workers should then resort to help. And therefore, we have written officially to the President, we have written to the Minister of Labor and Minister of Health, we have not received any formal communication, because we must respect court orders. We are a court of competent jurisdiction. Issue a court order to say that workers are entitled to a particular allowance. We cannot shy away from paying it. That is what is happening in the health sector. It is a sector where we have two standards. One standard for some other category of workers and another standard for the majority of workers that constitute 90% of the health workforce. This cannot continue. We cannot encourage appetite in a very important sector that deals with the life of Nigerians. And therefore, we are aware they want to create this situation in health and education because they want to propose to Mr. President that the health sector, particularly tertiary institutions, should actually be privatized. We are happy. Mr. President has said clearly, despite the fact that the document is before him, he said health and education will not be privatized because health and education is the only thing left for the poor. If the children of the poor can access quality education, if the children of the poor can access quality health, they will find their level in the society. Mandela has said so clearly that the best way to address poverty is to give quality education to the children of the poor. And therefore, we will resist any attempt by the so-called bourgeoisie that are working with some surrogates in the Ministry of Health to try to advise that the only way to address the quagmire they have created is to privatize our tertiary institutions. We are aware of what happened at the trauma center in Gwagwalada, where they proposed that they want to sell. Unions actually protested. Unions sent petition to the National Assembly, and that sale was reversed. And therefore, viva to Nigerian workers, viva to education workers, and viva to... That cannot work. The state of our struggle. 4 years ago, between February 8 to 12 and March 12 to 14, we all gathered in a similar circumstance during our 11th delegate conference, where you gave me and my colleagues in the National Administrative Council the mandate to lead our great organization for the past 4 years. At the 2015 National Delegate Conference, where over 3,000 delegates from all our affiliate unions robustly canvassed, debated, and ratified about 30 motions, which have served as guiding beacon for the outgoing leadership of the Congress. Our leadership embarked on a 3-day national retreat in Calabar and in Sokoto in 2015 and 2016, respectively, where we have re-emphasized and re-echoed the fact that our team for that conference, which is returning to our founding principles, must continue to guide our action and inaction. And therefore, choosing the team was also carefully done because we realized that we are an organization with a particular identity. We are an organization that believes in an ideology and a philosophy that is quite distinct. We are a class of people that believes in social justice, that believe also in shared prosperity, that is a pan-Nigerian organization that have always championed the cause of Nigerian workers and also the Nigerian people. And we so believe that the only way we can be able to make that very effective is to ensure that leadership are on the same page. We have therefore used that medium to ensure that our unions, all our affiliate unions, are able to organize and make sure that they have structures that can continue to make our organization the fighting organization it is. The retreat was quite critical, given the unfortunate incident, as I said, of our last Congress. We similarly made effort to prioritize areas of priority. And one of those areas is to ensure that we build strong unions, because only strong unions can actually defend workers. One of those priorities is to continue to fight for good governance and fight against corruption. We also fought against casualization of work and outsourcing of services. I also recall one of the priorities we made to ourselves is to engage governors that refuse to pay salaries and pension and gratuity at the state levels. All of these actions were then effectively coordinated by our various state councils and our unions. And I want to say that part of the engagement we have had is what assisted, and I want to use this medium to particularly thank the federal government and Mr. President for releasing 1.9 trillion naira in form of bailout, budget support, and Paris Club refund to various state governors for them to be able to liquidate the arrears of salaries, pension, but unfortunately, not all the states and state governors utilize that fund. We have reports from EFCC and ICPC that have clearly stated that some of those governors actually assisted themselves and they helped themselves in diverting the money. And therefore, we demand that because part of the conditionality of granting those support is the fact that government and federal government in particular will also have some oversight function in looking at the finances of those states. And therefore, having granted those funds and also having made those provisions, we call on government to look at particularly states where we perceive that those funds have not been used judiciously. I must use this avenue to also commend our state governors that have actually used these funds judiciously. And most of them will not run away when Labour is having programs. In fact, most of them will find ways and means of associating with us. We have said clearly, anywhere that we perceive that those funds were diverted and workers are treated as slaves, no worker, no family, no working class or pensioners should give such governors any form of support. That is a decision we have taken. But we have also said, governors that have done very well and have looked at labor and workers as partners in progress and have judiciously used those funds, which we have given all the details of those reports, workers should do everything possible also to support them, because it's a two-way action. We have states where before some of those executives came in, they have arrears of 7 months of salary. They cleared and they are paying us and when due. One example of such state is Plateau. You are aware, and all of us are aware, 7-month arrears of salary. He collected the bailout, he deployed them appropriately. And today they call him Baba Alert because he pays salary before the 30th of every month. We have seen states like Jigawa. Jigawa never assessed any bailout. He pays salary as and when due. In fact, at a point, he made a statement to say that even if there is no federation allocation, he will be able to pay salary for the next 6 months. These are people that we need in governance, not people that have turned governance into business, where they collect our resources and go on white elephant project because they want to take kickback. We say no to such exploitative tendencies. And therefore, we must be very vigilant and we must be ready to continue to engage some of those governors. Comrades, the issue of local government autonomy has been a very tropical issue in this country, because we have also seen that local governments, which is another tier of government, have been annexed by states in many, many states. And therefore, we'll continue to demand that local government autonomy, both politically and financially, will actually bring about financial discipline. It will also assist in the fight against corruption and good governance. It will bring governance closer to the people. And therefore, we will support and we call on all our legislators, both as state and local government, to continue to support and pass the bill into law so that our local governments can be able to have autonomy, side by side with all the concerns that have been raised by comrades, the Nigerian Union of Teachers, which we have reached an agreement, and that agreement has been transmitted to all states and local government. That is very fundamental and important going forward. The minimum wage. For millions of Nigerian workers, an increase in minimum wage is urgently needed in order to ensure a living wage that covers the cost of basic needs of a family. Workers must be able to freely bargain collectively through their unions for wages that reflect the true value of the work they do and for decent work conditions. On January 29, 2019, the House of Representatives made history and made all Nigerian workers very proud by passing the 30,000 Minimum Wage Act into law at their own level within the space of 3 days. I want all of us to appreciate the House of Representatives for this wonderful feat. Can we say bosa to them? I want to therefore use this medium to call on the Senate to try to do same, because the minimum wage is actually long overdue. And therefore, if they do same and concur, it then means that a clean bill will be sent to Mr. President for assent. And I'm sure that it will be assented, because it's an outcome of a very rigorous and tripartite process. The struggle against casualization is a priority for our global campaign. It is an avenue to build workers' power. Workers' value cannot be a commodity that can be discarded at any point in time. In fact, workers must work in dignity. We must be able to provide decent jobs. And therefore, we have fought a lot of battles to make sure that we fight against casualization. Our priority going forward is to continue to ensure that the issue of casualization becomes a thing of the past in all sectors of our economy. Organized private sector and also our unions must be ready to engage any employer that want to casualize labor. Because we have found out where you have casualization, there is no decent work. Workers are not paid good wages. Our maternity leave is not being enjoyed. And there are many vices that are associated with casual work. And therefore, we'll continue to prioritize. We once again send this very strong warning to MTN, because you recalled when we picketed MTN across the length and breadth of this country, they came to the round table agreeing that our workers will be unionized. And therefore, it's work in progress. We will be running our patient if this process is not consummated in this particular first quarter of 2019. Comrades, labor unity is very important and sacrosanct. And I've said, it is our organization. Trade unions are organization of workers. They are independent organization of workers. In fact, the law provides that it should only take instruction and dictate from workers. And therefore, we must continue to guide our organization jealously. We must continue to unite. We must continue to build stronger unions. And therefore, we'll continue to canvass for merger, because only strong unions can be able to represent the interests of workers. Where we need to merge, let us merge. Where we need to consolidate, let us consolidate. There is no way we can have segmented unions that can be able to defend workers' interests. I've seen clearly, anywhere workers' interest is being defended by a union, that union is independent, that union is strong, and that union is a union that can be reckoned with. And therefore, I want to really call on all of us, which is part of the document that is with us, that we should respect the issue of working towards consolidating our gain as an organization. Non-constitution of the Board of Labor Market Institution. Comrades, this is a very, very sad situation. As we gather at this conference, almost 4 years down the line, the following critical labor market institution boards are yet to be inaugurated. National Social Insurance Trust Fund, Michael Imodu Labor Institute, and the board of PENCOM. This is not only a violation of the act establishing this body, but a denial of the critical role of social partners in the management of those boards. Also, the very important National Labor Advisory Council has not been constituted, thereby denying any avenue for tripartite consultation. No reason on earth is good enough for this unhealthy development. And therefore, out of this conference, we will take a very firm resolution of engaging whoever is responsible for the non-constitution of those boards. While in the case of the Social Insurance Trust Fund, at the point, they told us it's because investigation of corruption cases were going on. We know, as a matter of fact, more than 2 years ago, EFCC carried out a comprehensive investigation into the activities of that fund when the former boards were dissolved. All those that were found capable have been charged to court. And therefore, nobody can hide under that to continue to pervise himself as the sole administrator to administer that organization. I say so because the funds are workers' money. And possibly, after this conference, as I said, we'll engage this process fully. Only on January 7th this year, we received a letter from the Minister of Labor saying that the board was being delayed because our representative were not available to be screened. And I responded immediately to say that information is not true, is false. Because if our representatives are to be screened, we will be communicated. And there and then we'll also communicate to the security agencies where they were given opportunity to be screened. And therefore, there is no reason that was given for Makelimodu Labour Institute not to be inaugurated 4 years down the line. No reason was given for National Labour NLAC to be constituted 4 years down the line. And therefore, that is why in the industrial leisure menu, we have too many challenges that ought to have been addressed by the National Labour Advisory Council. And therefore, we demand immediately that those boards must be constituted. And I think also, Mr. President, must realize that all those issues of industrial relations, if we have had the National Labour Advisory Council in place, it will have been addressing these issues. And therefore, it's a tripartite. It's akin to National Council on Labour. That is how the National Labour Advisory Council is. And there is no system over the past decade that have not been able to inaugurate those boards. And we are very passionate about it. Am I speaking your voice? Yes. Is that your voice? Yes. And therefore, we demand from this conference, no reason should be given for those boards, labor market institutions, not to be constituted. In fact, we are told at the point, is because our very respected and erudite labor leader, Comrade Frank Kokori, was appointed by Mr. President to be the chairman of the board of the National Social Insurance Fund, and they were not happy. That's why they didn't want to inaugurate the board. And we say Mr. President must realize that this is one Nigeria that have put all his best for the struggle for democracy. And therefore, it's one Nigerian that have done the best for him to be inaugurated. So we saw no reason under the earth for the board not to be inaugurated. It's workers' money. It's not government money. It's our money. And therefore, if it is workers' money, why should the board not be inaugurated? At various forums, this point had been made. I remembered on the day of June 12th, this issue was raised by Kokori himself when he was recognized by Mr. President as one of the heroes of democracy. And therefore, we demand, because in a 4-year tenure, and the board have not been constituted, we are talking of only a few months. That is fair injustice. And therefore, we will once again, after the conference, engage this process rigorously so that the right thing can be done. We have reported trade union violation, particularly the sack of workers in Kaduna, where you could recall about 25,000 teachers and also the 9,000 workers that were sacked unjustly. Particularly the pathetic situation of these 9,000 workers, where none of their benefits have been paid. Gratuity, severance have not been paid. And we call on the governor to do justice to the subject matter and make sure that those category of workers are paid their entitlement. There is no justification for that to happen under the earth. It's cruelty for anybody to sack a worker without also paying his entire benefit. We also reiterate the situation of workers in Ogun State, where deductions have not been remitted for about 3 years. Deduction of pensions, deductions of cooperative, and statutory deduction that have been deducted but have not been remitted. We can then say clearly that this is against the law, and we are also going to engage the process. The National Executive Council have taken a decision that there will be a national protest in Ogun State to demand that these funds must be remitted. Also, the situation of the workers of Thai Solarin College of Education, where for more than 4 years, they have not received regular salary. We say shame to that process. And we will also engage in the process of making sure that the right thing is done. Comrades, we also seen in some establishment and some government trying to use the power that they don't have. In Kogi State, we are aware that the state government tried to prescribe ASU. They lack that power because it is a workers' organization. We have already reported this case to the Committee on Application of Standard of ILO, and we demand that justice should be made. Similarly, the case of Kaduna also have been reported, and justice must be seen to be done to this category of workers. And lastly, is the issue of the National Theatre, where because people wanted to sell the National Theatre, they have created all manner of impediment for our workers' union there, including also prescribing. We said that they don't have that power, and will engage them seriously to ensure that the rights of the workers are actually respected. Women and youth will continue to be the pillar of our movement, because without women and youth, our movement cannot actually have the strength to actually drive the process of engagement. And therefore, they will continue to receive our priority. Tax justice. Comrades, as of today, all of us know that it's only workers that pay the correct tax. And they call it pay as you earn. We demand tax justice. We demand that multinationals, rich individuals, must pay tax commensurate to their income. If we pay tax, we are certain that we'll have more than enough. In fact, Nigerian tax to GDP is only 7%, whereas in countries like South Africa, Kenya, and Ghana, they are hovering around 28%. And therefore, we can't be able to fund our budget if we're able to have all those resources coming into the common post. International solidarity. Comrades, you know that our trade union movement is about solidarity of the working class. And that's why workers around the world are the same. We fight for the common good of not only the workers, but citizens around the world. And therefore, at this Congress, we want to extend our solidarity to the Sahrawi Republic, Democratic Republic, for their struggle of emancipation. The Sahrawi Democratic Republic, Western Sahara, is the last colony in Africa that is yet to be liberated. And we have made issues about their liberation severally. We thank our government because our government have made statement at the UN to say that we stand with the liberation of people of Western Sahara. And we demand also that the judgment of the Court of Justice must be respected in respect of this very important country. And we demand that Morocco must continue to allow Western Sahara to be liberated. This is a firm position that this Congress is also sending out. Solidarity with our Cameroonian trade union movement. The plight of our comrades in Cameroonian trade union movement who face horrifying harassment in the hands of the state will continue to attract our empathy. It is sad that many of the teachers, civil servants, activists, and even some members of the Cameroonian parliament, especially in the northwest and southwest English-speaking region of Cameroon, have been detained for prolonged periods in the inhuman condition. We demand that government of Cameroon must respect human and trade union rights. We demand also that our government must actually respond to try to ensure also that the humanitarian crisis, including the issue of displaced citizens of Cameroon, that is available in the northwest, in the northeast region, is actually addressed. Because we believe injury to one is injury to all. We stand with Comrade Lula and Workers' Party of Brazil. Nigerian workers stand resolutely with President Lula in his current travail in the hands of organized global capital. And in their imperialist collaboration, we extend our solidarity with the Brazilian workers for their sustained support for Comrade Lula. Comrade, all of us are aware, Comrade Lula brought a new phase of development around the world. We are through his socio-economic policies. Don't also forget, Lula was a trade unionist. He was the president of CUT, our counterpart, and was elected the president of Brazil for 8 years. He was able to bring about a social transformation. We are more than 40 million citizens. We are actually upgraded from below the poverty level to actually level of prosperity. He left with 83% popularity. And by the Constitution of Brazil, after 8 years, he can still come back and contest. So at the eve of the election in Brazil, where they knew that the leading candidate was Lula, he was framed and put in jail so that he will not be able to contest. In fact, the judge that actually sentenced him today is the Minister of Justice in Brazil. And that was how he benefited from a corrupt judicial process. Comrades, let us stand up and continue to salute and give our solidarity to Comrade Lula. Let us shout, free Lula, wherever he is. Can you be on our feet? Free Lula! Free Lula! Free Lula! Free Lula! Our solidarity and the global workers' solidarity all around the world for Comrade Lula. Because today, we can say he's a prisoner of conscience. Viva Lula! Viva Lula! Thank you for the solidarity. Solidarity with the Cuban people. It is noteworthy that the Cuban people have managed to stand tall despite over 57 years of United States economic blockage. In spite of isolation by Western capital, the Cuban healthcare and the Cuban education system have continued to impress. While our love and solidarity abide with our Cuban comrades, we call for the removal of all forms of blockade against the government and people of Cuba. The ambassador is here with us, and we send our solidarity. The situation in Venezuela. In fact, the deputy ambassador of Venezuela is also here with us. We condemn the current meddling by the United States of America and other countries in the affairs of Venezuela. The Venezuelan people are the only ones who can determine their leadership. And therefore, we want to send our message of solidarity to Venezuela and the workers of Venezuela who have actually been in a trial situation because of the situation that has been going on. Violation of trade union rights in Zimbabwe. We want to use this medium to condemn the harassment, the tension, and the killing of trade union leaders and citizens in Zimbabwe for protesting against harsh economic policies of government. We demand that the detained leaders, and we are happy today that we have received the good news that their leadership, particularly the president of the Zambian Confederation of Trade Unions, have been released. We will continue to actually protest and send our solidarities. And all unions around the world where violation of human and trade union rights is actually the case. The ILO centenary celebration. Comrades, this year is very significant to all working men and women around the world. The ILO, which began in 1919, about 100 years ago, with 44 member states. Today, as we celebrate its centenary, nearly the membership is now universal, with close to 190 countries as member states of the ILO. We cannot ignore the social progress that has been made, especially since the Philadelphia Declaration of 1944, the ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles and the Right at Work. It follows up in 1998 and the Declaration on Social Justice and for Fair Globalization in 2000, and the successful deployment of the Decent Work Agenda. We want to use this occasion of the 12th National Delegate Conference of the Nigerian Labour Congress to commend and congratulate the ILO and the tripartite family, especially for the ILO Global Commission on the Future of Work, co-chaired by the President of South Africa, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, and the President of Sweden, of which our Swedish colleague is here with us today. The representative of LO Sweden is here with us, and the President of Sweden was a member of that very important commission. We want to commend the activities and the structure of ILO, and therefore we send our very warm felicitation on the 100th-year anniversary. We'll continue to defend this very important institution that have worked assiduously to make sure that workers' rights are respected and that the era of modern-day slavery is addressed. Appreciation and conclusion. Dear comrades, I want to appreciate our international guests. Too numerous to mention. I said earlier that more than 40 centers from around the world, from the globes around the world, are here with Nigerian workers in firm solidarity, because we believe that the solidarity must continue to work stronger. Comrades from around the world, it's very significant to continue to appreciate your love and solidarity. We hope that while here with us, you will be able to savor our local delicacies and our very warm hospitality. We wish you a safe trip as you travel back to your respective destination at the end of this conference. I appreciate our social partners, particularly the representative of Mr. President, who is ably represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Director General of NECA, who have been here with us, and our civil society partners and friends for your presence and your support. I want to show my immense appreciation to the outgoing members of the National Administrative Council of the Nigerian Labour Congress. There is not enough word to describe your sense of duty, dedication, sacrifice, and commitment to the cause of Nigerian working class. We will continue to count on your wealth of experience, wisdom, and goodwill as we elect new members into the NAC. Furthermore, I want to, on behalf of my colleagues in the outgoing NAC, express our profound appreciation to all affiliates of the Congress for the support and cooperation that you have shown us in the last 4 years that we have served you. Our memories of individual acts of kindness, affection, and the trust which you have demonstrated in the treasured moments of relating with you will remain indelible in our memories. To all comrades who we have worked together with in NAC, Central Working Committee, and the National Executive Council, we say a big thank you for the single-mindedness of purpose. You have been firm, fair, and robust in your argument during our interaction with you. We bear no grudges towards one another. We had a task of taking the Congress to the front of the struggle for the welfare of all. We were in a haste to do so, and in the process, we pushed colleagues and comrades at times to the limit of endurance. I am happy that at the end, we made our modest contribution. Comrades and colleagues, we really valued your comradeship while our journey lasted. We will not fail. We will not fail to express our deep gratitude to our elders and veterans of our movement for constantly guiding us in the course of our stewardship in the movement. This address will not be complete without recognizing the contribution of the Secretariat of the Nigerian Labour Congress, ably led by the General Secretary, Comrade Dr. Peter Ozoison, to the success of this conference. They have stood solidly behind the outgoing leadership of the Congress. We hope that you will extend the same hand of cooperation and solidarity to the incoming leadership. Before I end, I want to also refer all of us to the issue happening today with our judicial workers in Nasarawa State. Whereas the judicial service workers have fought relentlessly for the autonomy of the judiciary, it is very sad to hear that the chief judge of Nasarawa State unilaterally tried to deduct the salary of those workers. And when they protested, he also tried to ensure that he wanted to prescribe the union. He lacks such power. He does not have the power to prescribe any union. In fact, no employer has power. By ILO Convention 87 and 98, which Nigeria have ratified since 1960, to prescribe any union. And therefore, he lacks such power. And therefore, at the end of this conference, we are also going to engage him in any means and measure to make sure that those workers are liberated. You cannot have a judge that cannot be able to deliver justice. Justice must be delivered in all circumstances. And therefore, the rule of law is sacrosanct. We cannot make progress if we try to deviate from the principle of the rule of law. Finally, I appreciate the 12th Delegate Conference Preparatory Committee, ably led by Comrade Kiri Mohammed, Deputy President, members of different subcommittees, and other service providers that have worked assiduously to make this conference a reality. While we look forward to the 13th National Delegate Conference, I leave us with the word of Archbishop Desmond Tutu. If you are neutral in situation of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. We have chosen the path of 10 years of activism. The Nigerian Labour Congress will never be neutral nor silent in the face of injustice and oppression. We shall continue to speak until we will achieve the desired justice for our members and the citizens at large. National rebirth and development. Thank you for giving me your time and ears. We create the world. And you respond, workers create the world. We create the world. Workers create the world. We create the world. Workers create the world. Viva NLC. Viva working class solidarity. Viva solidarity of working class all around the world. Solidarity forever. Long live the Nigerian Labour Congress. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long live the working class solidarity. Thank you, and may God continue to bless us.
There is victory for us, victory. In the struggle. There is victory for us. Forward, forward, ever, backward, never. In the struggle for our members, there is victory. Viva Nigerian workers! Viva African workers! Viva the workers of the world! Thank you, comrades. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership that has been recognized by the workers all over the world. And in appreciation of that, we have one of the longest lists of brother centers from across the world sharing this program with us. I want to appreciate the presence of Brother Modashiru Bachabi of the Confederation of Benin Republic, Anselm Omosu, General Central Automotive of Benin, Verme Gaoyong of Chad, Richard Yeboah, Chairperson, Trade Union Congress of Ghana, Max Conte Wutete from Sierra Leone. We appreciate you, Acting General Secretary of the Sierra Leonean Labour Congress, Sako Mahmudu, Secretary General, Confederation, Nigeria, Jubrila Isifu, Secretary General of the Confederation in Niger, Zama Ali Mahama, Secretary General, Travel Niger, Soro Mahmudu, Secretary General of the Central Syndicate Humanism, Eloy Nowasan, Secretary General from Togo, Sani Baba, local boy, Regional Secretary, Public Service International. Sani Baba is our own boy, but he's serving Africa. We appreciate you. Joel Odige, Coordinator, Human and Trade Union Rights, African Regional Office of ITUC Africa. Homeboy, we appreciate you in our midst. Louisa Tipe Kosatu, Deputy President General of the Trade Union Congress of South Africa. We appreciate you, Sister Louisa. Omar Farouk, Secretary General, Federation of Somalian Workers. Brother Omar, we appreciate you. And then Ernest Nadome of Kutu. We are sending Comrade Sofiano Mohammed to you. Make sure you look after him very well. Thank you very much. Thank you. We want to appreciate the presence of Brother Mohammed of the ILO Action Desk Officer for Africa. He is here with us. We appreciate you. David is a homeboy. My brother from Ghana, Nigerian-born Ghanaian or Ghanaian-born Nigerian. David, ILO office in Abuja, we appreciate you. Our big brother, the director of ILO in Abuja, Brother Zulu. Thank you, brother. I'm sure you permit us, because we'll soon be hearing from the Secretary to Government of the Federation, but you are the one that helps put all of us together, the ILO. You coordinate the tripod. We appreciate you. Raphael Lama from Belgium. Raphael, Thank you for coming. We appreciate you. The NLC team that had made the president stand very strong. 3 deputies, Comrade Najim Yassin of the Road Transport Workers Up National. Comrade Najim, we appreciate you. We'll have a team of 6-footers as deputy presidents. Comrade Peter Adeyemi, NASU. Deputy President Congress, we appreciate you. Comrade Kiri Mohammed, Chair of the Local Organizing Committee, Deputy President of Congress, we appreciate you. National Treasurer, a local man, President of Norge, Mr. Autonomy, we appreciate you. Comrade Khalil. Comrade Mahmoud. Arisen, okay, no, he's our comrade from Turkey. We love Turkey Delight. Thanks for coming. We appreciate you. From the Turkish Trade Union, we appreciate you. Ahmed, our Haifa from Turkey, we appreciate you, comrade, for coming. Thank you. Hadi Bayan Tobo from Turkey. Hamid, we appreciate you. Thanks for coming, comrade. Brother Usman Oskan from Turkey. Thank you for coming. So we thank you, Comrade Sufiano Mohammed, Financial Secretary NLC, heading over to Kenya as the Regional Secretary for the International Transport Federation. We appreciate your presence. Our powerful women in NAC, ably led by Vice President Messi Okezie. I have had some rumblings that we had only one woman on the high table. Thank you, Comrade Messi. We know you have more numbers on the floor than we have on the high table, so you can always control the high table from there. Your deputy, my teacher, Comrade Salamatu Aliu, thanks for coming. The first female PhD in NLC NAC, Comfort Oko, doctor, we appreciate you. And all my brothers, heads of department in Congress, from Comrade Rita to the head of international, Comrade Uche Benson, who has worked his socks off to make this work. Deputy General Secretary, Comrade Chris Ruyot, we appreciate you. And the man in charge of finance, Comrade Rotimi, I hope you'll be able to go to church tomorrow for the evening service. Thanks for coming. Gentlemen, I'm trying to make sure I cover the tough before I call.
If you are just joining us, you have been watching the 12th National Delegate Conference of the NLC. Let me remind you that in the past 40 years, NLC has produced 6 presidents. The first one was Comrade Hassan Sumonu, 1978 to 1984. Comrade Ali Shiroma, 1984 to 1988. Late Comrade Pascal Bafau, 1988 to 1994. Comrade Adams Oshomole, 1999 to 2007. Comrade Abdulwahi Omar, 2007 to 2015. And now Comrade Ayuba Waba, whose tenure will elapse as soon as the election is over tomorrow.
Abuja numbered car YAB 347NY. The problem is I'm not even sure I know the number of my car. It would have been better if you told us the color and the make of the car. But if you know the number of your car, YAB 347NY, you have caused people maximum damage outside. Please go move your car. I think we were trying to lay foundation to have enough of our 6-footers around before we take on the SGF. I see the president of Pengasin. He doesn't come any shorter than well-oiled workers. Pengasin president, we appreciate you. Thanks for coming. Our brother, deputy president of TUC, will give us a goodwill message from the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria. Even if it's a wave, we'll appreciate from Deputy President Comrade Salako. And I know Comrade Salako will take your goodwill message. If you come forward, we'll be glad to have you for 2 minutes. I know we have the Deputy General Secretary of OWATU, our own former Vice Chancellor, Principal of the Rain and Hamatan School, Chief of the Masses, Comrade Valentine Ude is with us. Comrade Valentine, they don't come any bigger than you in the trade union movement. We appreciate you. Stand erect so that we can be sure you haven't gotten thin in Accra. Okay, I hear there are 2 cars blocking a red Highlander Jeep. If you don't want the Highlander Jeep to crush your vehicle, please go move it. We have our comrades that have made it in our movement and also representing us creditably on the other side of the aisle. Comrade Mike Okeme, Special Advisor to the Delta State Governor, is here with us, representing the Governor of Delta State. Comrade Okeme, we appreciate your presence, sir. Please, the chair of Nigerian Civil Service Union in Jigawa, your car is blocking somebody else. Is blocking a red Jeep. NCSU 01 Jigawa. Please go move your car, comrades, so that the person you're blocking can move out.
I'd like to remind you that the Nigerian Labour Congress is made up of 43 affiliate unions, cutting across both the private and public sectors and transversing the key sectors of the economy. The African Union, the NLC as a national center, is affiliated to other.
The TUC and NLC in Nigeria are Siamese twins. And the president of TUC will have been here personally to read his address, but for exigencies of other assignments that are national in nature. And he has asked me to read this address on his behalf. So the chairman and Your Excellencies on the top table, distinguished delegates and friends and allies of the movement. Fraternal greeting from the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria. It is a very special honor for me to be here today. I know and I have been invited in my capacity as the president of TUC. Yes, however, I will say a few things first in my personal capacity, because it is said in Warri that so-and-so is my personal person. So Waba is my personal person. A man of immeasurable capacity, Waba has displayed so much energy and passion in trade union movement that he has now transformed from the son of the soil here in Nigeria to our son in international politics of trade union movement. For emphasis, Comrade Ayuba Waba is now a world leader in our sector, the current president of ITUC. I say, as I did before, congratulations to you, to me, to NLC, to TUC, and to Nigeria, our gem and pride. Coming from the labor movement, it is a thing of honor to put on record that the cooperation between our organization, TUC and NLC, has created an entrenched resistance bloc, albeit a successful one against fascist policies. What with our recent experience in minimum wage,
the Beko. Both unions proved that united we stand and divided we fall. To the theme of today's conference, towards a decade of activism for the promotion of labor unity, national rebirth, and development. No doubt, this last decade created a lot of labor-related economic distortion that impacted negatively on the life of an average worker. The cogent economic policy implementation, the political misadventures, and social dislocations resulting, therefore, necessitated unity of purpose to confront the behemoth for our lives, and were so eroded that basic things could no longer be taken for granted. TUC and NLC, therefore, displayed uncanny understanding of the situation that we moved from competition to collaboration to address the issues. Today, the worker knows that junior or senior staff, etc., are mere nomenclature, but we are all employees facing the same objective reality, and that we cannot but come together to confront the enemy. Elections have recently been the centrifugal forces in our climb. And as labor leaders, let us teach the politicians politics without bitterness. And that's why the TUC is very happy that the positions to be canvassed for tomorrow have been harmonized. Finally, may I use this opportunity to appreciate our politicians for conducting themselves well since the campaigns began. It has been commendable, but could be better. It is our desire to see and hear less of the hate speeches. You don't really need that. Campaigns should be issue-based. Elections should not be a do-or-die affair because they are today's winners and tomorrow's winners. There are no losers at all. And as for the electorates, we want that you stay away from thuggery and acts that could disrupt electoral processes, bearing in mind that those who may want to use you will never agree to use their children, so be wise. Fellow comrades, unity and oneness of labor body begins with us. This conference could be the most significant signpost for a new threshold. Good day, Comrade Dr. Boba Ibala Kagama, President TUC. Viva NLC!
Please, another round of applause for the TUC. Thank you, comrade. Thank you for always cooperating with us. We're also acknowledging the great work being done by our head of Health and Safety and acting head of Education, Comrade Maureen Oya. We appreciate you, Comrade Hawa Mustafa. We appreciate you. The twin brothers of civil society in Abuja that have made our work tick. The chair of the Partners for Electoral Reform, Comrade Eze Nwawagu. We appreciate you, Comrade Eze. We appreciate you for coming. Comrade Jaye Gaskia. Comrade Jaye, we appreciate you, the great partnership that we have always enjoyed with civil society in the course of our struggles. We appreciate you always turning up for us whenever we need you, whether at the trenches or in any hall. We appreciate your presence. Our brother from Zambia, Dorothy Melanga from Zambia. Dorothy, you've been hiding, or because you look like a Nigerian, we didn't know you were there. Great, Dorothy, thanks for coming. Brother Robert Mosanje. Brother Robert, thanks for coming, we appreciate you. And Brother Evans Mosoma. Evans, thank you for coming. All our brothers from Zambia, we appreciate you. Thanks for coming. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I will have to invite the voice you love to hear on Tuesdays so that he can invite one of the leading lights of this administration, a gentleman's gentleman, a comrade's comrade. Comrade Cyril, because of my height, you have to introduce this gentleman until I'm popped enough to get up to 5'9".
Thank you very much. I'm still growing. Your Excellencies, all our special guests, comrades, Boss Gida Mustafa is the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Today, he comes into this delegates' conference in the stead of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari. Let's put our hands together as we invite to the microphone the one and only Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Gida Mustafa.
The President of NLC and also ITUC Global, Comrade Ayuba Waba MNI, and other members of the Executive Committee of NLC, the founding President of NLC, Comrade Hassan Somuno, and other past presidents here today, the representative of the Secretary General of ITUC, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the General Secretary, OATUU, the General Secretary of the Nigerian Labour Congress, representatives of other trade unions across the globe. I understand we have about over 40 of them here today. And that establishes the fact that other countries on the continent of Africa can be gateways to Africa while Nigeria remains the destination. Director of ILO, past leaders of the NLC, distinguished delegates and comrades, good afternoon. Viva NLC, viva the working class of Nigeria. Let me start by first bringing you the fraternal greetings of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President and Comrade Muhammadu Buhari, who I remember 4 years ago, along with Comrade Adams Oshomole, then Governor of Edo, and myself, walked into the delegates' conference. We had a very exciting time, and I believe that before the end of this 12th delegates' conference, you will receive a word and his presence at this conference. I can give you that assurance. You are familiar with the season now. And because of the exigencies of the season, he is engaged in 2 different states this morning and afternoon, Ekiti and Ondo states. The Vice President, who equally would have been here, is somewhere in the southeastern and southwestern part of the country. So I have the real and honor bestowed on me to represent him and to bring a short message. But before I do that, let me commend Comrade Waba for the excellent delivery of what I term the State of the Union address to this delegates conference. You raised so many issues that are pertinent and germane to the growth and development of the labor movement and our country as a whole. I have received copies of it, and I'm going to analyze every issue that you have raised, and appropriate action will be taken to address all the areas of concern of the labor movement. But I also heard you clearly on two issues that you raised. When you required a confirmation and an affirmation from the delegates at this conference, as you spoke about the fact that the Nigerian labor movement is totally opposed to the sale of our refineries and also the privatization of the NNPC. And you know, because I'm a politician, my ears are quick to pick up those issues. And the impression I will leave this conference with is that any candidate that is a proponent of the sale of our refineries and also the privatization of the NNPC would not get the vote of the Nigerian Labour Congress. Therefore, it is with great pleasure that I stand here today to felicitate with the leadership of the Nigerian Labour Congress on the occasion of the 12th Delegates Conference of the Congress. As a friend of the Congress, I wish to commend you for the courage and efforts in putting together this important conference at this auspicious time. And also to commend you, Comrade Waba, and your team for being resolute and very determined in the pursuit of the affairs and issues that touch on the interests of the working class of Nigeria. The Nigerian Labour Congress, as the umbrella of all trade unions, was founded in 1978 to protect, defend, and promote the rights, well-being, and interests of all workers, pensioners, and the trade unions. We are glad to have amidst us today the founding president of this labor movement, in the person of Comrade Hassan Somono. We need to give a clap, applause for that. NLC seeks to continually promote, defend, and advance the economic, political, and social well-being of Nigerian workers. Since the establishment of the Nigerian Labour Congress 41 years ago, the union has lived up to its mandate as a trade movement. It has played the role of an advocate for Nigerians who demand that the economy of the country is improved and the policies are designed and practiced in order to contribute to the development of the country and its citizens. The theme of this year's conference, Towards a Decade of Activism for the Promotion of Labor Unity, National Rebirth and Development, is very apt. The Nigerian Labour Congress, as an umbrella organization for trade unions in Nigeria, can be said without fear of contradiction to have lived up to the expectations of its teeming members by continually protecting, defending, and promoting the rights, well-being, and interests of all workers and the affiliate trade unions. It has played significant role with the promotion of unity among workers and constantly engage governments on national rebirth and development. This has been a commendable endeavor. I am aware that the terrain has not always been smooth. However, you would agree with me that the present administration has always regarded the NLC as partner in progress. I want to seize this opportunity to reassure you of the commitment of the administration to the issue of the welfare of workers. This is evidenced by the numerous programs and policies that have been initiated by this administration in promoting the interests and well-being of our workforce. Meanwhile, the administration is also committed to addressing other labor issues that are still pending. Government is determined to attain the decent work agenda, which involves opportunity for works that are productive and deliver a fair income, security in workplace, and social protection for families. Government appeals for continued understanding of the workers in its attempt to address the pressing issue of the minimum wage, as the Technical Advisory Committee was recently inaugurated by Mr. President to develop government on how to successfully actualize the objective of seamless implementation of the impending wage increase. This is not to renegotiate the wage that has been sent to the National Assembly, but to help government in plugging loopholes and making sure that monies are available to meet and pay a decent wage to workers. To identify new revenue sources, as well as areas of existing expenditure from where some savings could be made, and to augment present federal government's revenue framework in order to fund the wage increase. Lastly, to propose a work plan and modalities for the implementation of the salary increase in a way that minimizes any inflationary impact and ensures that it does not lead to any job losses. This present administration is concerned about